وناصر حكينا انه هو اللي حيكون المفتاح. ناصر وهيرو. وفعلا نابو يا ولد يا نابو يا ولد يا نابو يا ولد يا نابو. لو كان الابداع رجل لشكرته يا نابو.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia Season 2. My name is TK. With me is Professor Tarzan, and we are going to be taking you through this final day of the last Super Weekend. After today, there is no more movement. There is no more shaking of those leaderboards, and we'll see which 16 teams are going to be moving up into the finals. Now, Tarzan, over the past few weeks, the teams have just been grinding it out through the league play, coming into the Super Weekends, bringing in some phenomenal PUBG action. We even saw quite a bit of that in just yesterday's games. We had, in fact, a very, very entertaining Erangel match to end off the day, and I'm quite excited to see what today has in store for us.
I mean, same format, right? Like we have that Super Weekend format for this time, the 9th day now. 5 matches every day. By the end of the day, we will have played 45 matches. And with that format, of course, we talk about the preparation, how you prepare against 15 of the same teams for 15 matches for these 3 days. And of course, we've seen something very different yesterday in a very good way, right? Very surprising, very pleasant to watch. You know, the change in the pacing, the confidence, and the competitiveness. And I just really wish that we get this even step up from what we had yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a pretty impressive weekend, of course. And, well, now, you know, we do have a few teams, of course, participating in this. So it's going to be interesting to see, of course, what these teams are going to be doing. So just to remind the viewers back home who we have participating in this final Super Weekend, you can see, of course, all the names on the screen. RICO Infinity, Real Tiger 9, Falcons. We got the players from Lusail Esports. We got SUDOR. We've got Ra'ad. We have NASR. We got ABIAH. We got Twisted Minds, Fate, Galaxy Racer, Cryptics, iKURD Esports, YaLLa, Triple Vibes, and then, of course, the players coming in from KURD Squad. And, well, today we also get to see whether or not KURD 12 did enough in their 2 visits to the Super Weekend to secure themselves a spot in the top 16. Of course, speaking of which, we are going to be jumping into our overall standings to see where the teams are moving into today. Of course, Galaxy Racer leading the pack with 8 winner chicken dinners under their belt. Of course, they've been able to establish quite a bit of a lead ahead of the rest of the teams. So we see the players there from Fate sitting up in 2nd place. We see RICO Infinity holding strong in 3rd with 4 chickens. Of course, the players there from FalconsEsport also sitting on 4 chickens, as well as Lusail. So some very impressive chicken dinner numbers we are seeing here. Twisted Mind sitting on 3 as well. And of course, we got the players there from KURD on 2, iKURD triple on 1, as well as Fate Esports, all sitting on that 1 chicken dinner. But the second page, Tarzan, that is the page that we are going to be focusing on a little bit more today. The 2nd and 3rd page, because that is where the pressure will be. The teams finding themselves in those spots are definitely going to have to defend their title if they want to see themselves moving in to that Super Weekend. And definitely a team to try and catch up with is going to be the players from KURD 12. They are the gatekeepers of the top 16. Yes, they are currently sitting up in 11th place, but we've got so many teams behind them that could potentially maybe still catch up to them. And I mean, looking at a team, for instance, like NASR, they've just had an absolutely phenomenal Super Weekend so far. 4 chicken dinners just in this weekend.
That is pretty insane, to be fair. 2 chicken dinners per day. Like, that is a 40% chicken dinner rate in these 2 days. And if they can keep the same, then they can make some records here and be significantly richer as well. And it's not just them; it will be Galaxy Racer trying to break their own record as well, just 50 points away and one more chicken dinner. Then they can kind of tie with what they had in season 1. But of course, bottom of the table here actually incredibly close, 3 points to separate ABIAH and YaLLa Esports. And right here, Triple Vibes also got drawn into the mix. Is kind of what we talked about yesterday. If we disregard Triple Vibes, ABIAH needs to at least make around 70 points to chase the side of SUDOR Esports. And that's actually quite crazy to think about it, because SUDOR's got not only just quite the significant amount of points, it's also this the performance, like through the appearances in the Super Weekend so far. They've really had some surprises as well. But you know what's also surprising? Like DK, they were one out of the 2 teams out of these 17 that haven't had the taste of the chicken dinner.
Yeah, it is actually quite surprising. I mean, looking at the teams that are in the Super Weekend, there's only 2 teams, Ara'at being one of them, and as you pointed out, the side there of SUDOR not having any of those chicken dinners just yet. Unfortunately, we won't see any advancement coming in from the side of Sights, Revolution, and Road to Glory, but it is unfortunately just how the tournaments work. Only 16 teams can move through into the finals, and of course, as we can see, we are sitting on our final day of Super Weekend. After this, it is the finals. This is where all these weeks of hard work come to a big conclusion, and we see, which teams will be moving on not only into the finals, but moving out of the finals into the next stage.
Yeah, the next stage is, of course, 2 very important events, right? We've got the PMPL EMEA, which we will need to get more info on that. One PMGC is a huge one. 1 team to represent the region. And by the looks of it, it will be Galaxy Racer. So we need to match them with that world-class style, right? World-class consistency, world-class rotations, world-class everything. Right, of course, this point system is no longer new. Like, we had the same for the last PMGC as well, basically from 2 splits before of PMC of 15 points for chicken dinner. Then you get 12 points if you come second, third for 10 points, 8, 6, 4, 2, according to the graph. And from 8th to 12th place, 1 point. And you didn't get any if you get eliminated before that. And you know what, DK, we've seen quite a lot of teams actually making very close to double digits when they only get 1 placement point, because that 1 point per kill is just so ever important.
Yeah, it's absolutely essential for teams if they are looking to strengthen their position on that leaderboard. And of course, speaking about the leaderboard, this is what they're fighting it for, right? Why they're fighting in the league here. They are fighting for their share of that $150,000, $2,500 being awarded to each team already in league play, after which we have our MVP once all the matches have concluded, which will then be awarded an additional $1,000 on top of that. And of course, every winner win a chicken dinner in the Super Weekend, the teams get an additional $1,000 on top of that. But once we move up into the finals, this is where we then get to see a little bit more of that distribution of the prize money coming through, as the teams have the opportunity to get in. Of course, the champion taking $10,000. And as we move down the list, we get to 16th place, which awards that team $1,000. So definitely a very decent prize pool to be fighting for. But of course, the teams are going to be duking it out across our 5 maps that we know. That is going to be Erangel, Miramar, Erangel, Sanhok, and then of course returning right back into the lovely Erangel once again. So of course, a very standard kind of setup that we've got with regards to maps. To set up, the teams are pretty accustomed to seeing that they've already played up to 40 games across these past few weekends. And now, of course, as we move into our final day, this is where the excitement is going to be absolutely insane, Daz. And I'm expecting some pretty insane clutches. If yesterday was anything to go by, today could be a little bit of a next level performance coming in from these teams.
Today, huge day. It's about sending one team home, but it's also about, keeping it right there, not allowing it to drop, making it, count when it matters. It's about mental strength, mental fortitude, endurance up to this point. So yeah, like really looking forward to see how these 5 games are going to unfold, DK.
Well, of course, before we get into any of the action, we have to move into a quick break to make sure everything is locked, loaded, and ready to go. So stay tuned. We'll be back with you guys in a short few minutes.
Mr. D. Like this.
New Royale Pass version. Royale Pass month now available. So what's changed with RPM? Let's go through it together. First, the duration has been adjusted. Royale Pass month seasons have been reduced from 2 months to 1 month, meaning that you'll see new and different RP content every month. It also means you'll no longer have to wait 2 months if you don't like the current RPM rewards. Perhaps next month's RP rewards will better suit your taste. Also, the level cap has been cut in half from 100 to 50 to coincide with the shortened Royal Pass month seasons, meaning that shorter RPM seasons will not impact leveling or collecting rewards. You should pay attention to the RP missions. There will be some bonus RP point events that will allow you to accumulate more RPM points and level up quicker in the next season. Second, rewards have been adjusted. The new Royale Pass month will have better rewards than before. In the past, Elite Pass holders could only choose one of 2 legendary outfits when they reached max level. In the new version, Elite Pass holders receive both outfits when they reach max level. What's more, we've also adjusted the number of outfits available and added weapon finishes, vehicle finishes, airplane finishes, parachutes, emotes, and other commercialized items in the new version. These adjustments will definitely add value to your Royal Pass month. Free pass holders also get a rewards boost. Now, free pass holders will get rewards for every level up, including outfits and weapon finishes. Free pass holders will also have a chance to receive RP vouchers worth 60 UC to use when purchasing their next Elite Pass. In the past, players receive rewards worth 30,000 UC when reaching max level in the Royale Pass over 2 months. With the update to Royale Pass month, players will now receive rewards worth 40,000 UC when reaching max level over 2 months. That's a 33% increase in value. Finally, the price has been adjusted. We adjusted the pricing of Royale Pass month, along with other changes. Elite Pass has been reduced from 600 UC to 360 UC, and Elite Pass Plus has been reduced from 1800 UC to 960 UC. You may be wondering why the new price isn't 300 UC. Let us show you step by step how to participate in Royale Pass month forever with just 300 UC, while earning UC in the process. First, you'll need to get RP vouchers. Free pass holders receive a 60 UC RP voucher at level 30. The voucher can be used to deduct 60 UC for the next RPM. If you reinvest the 360 UC received into the next season, you'll have a free Elite Pass Plus 60 UC every month. Now that's a stable income. You can also follow and join our RP pre-order events to get even more discounts and earn more rewards. Overall, the new Royale Pass month is more flexible and affordable, while providing more than before and offering more rewards. Have we piqued your interest? What are you waiting for? Get started now with the Royale Pass month.
Hello and welcome back to PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia Season 2. My name is DK, with me is Professor Tarzan. And of course, with upgrade performance and upgraded fun, celebrate your winning spirit with the brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile, Middle East and Africa esports in 2021. Now, Tarzan, we are getting ready to move into our first match of the day, right over on towards Erangel. Starting off yesterday, that is, of course, when we saw the side of NASR coming in with their first chicken of the day. Now, moving into this one, I'm curious to see what the teams are going to be doing. I've got some high expectations for the side there of Triple Vibes, ABIAH, and of course the players coming in from Ra'ad. This is going to be their final day to try and secure themselves a slot in that top 16.
That is the storyline for sure. The key storyline for today, in fact, because, yeah, other than that one team that we will have to eliminate, it's pretty Gucci, right? It's about mindset. Like, do we just push, test for some strategies, but it comes with a price. We talk about things that you try to pick up like very recently and not being able to excel at it. It can well happen because a lot of these teams are going for these chicken dinners. Like, after all, we still got $5,000 today, 1,000 per game for those winners, and it's like what I say, that balance between the old and new point system, maybe. And of course, now these teams know how to pace towards that end game. And we saw it yesterday. I think it was in game 3 on Erangel when we saw Fate was basically given a chicken dinner, but just want to exert further dominance when that aggressiveness went too far overboard and they just lost more than they could bear.
Man, it's so interesting to see the performances of these teams coming through, especially moving into this final day. Because if we look to yesterday, in fact, if we look to this entire Super Weekend, right? ABIAH, out of the 3 teams we know that are having to step up, they've been able to find a chicken dinner on that first day. The second match was over on towards the lovely Miramar. So out of the 3 teams, they are the best performing team in this particular Super Weekend, even being able to outperform the players who we see come in from Triple Vibes that are currently sitting just 13 points away from them. So I'm curious to see what the teams are going to bring in, but also I'm quite excited to see what NASR has in store for us today. I mean, they really finished off strong on their first day, started off their second day exceptionally strong, also finishing off with the chicken. And yeah, I'm excited to see what this last day is going to have in store for us. And they've actually been making quite a bit of a push, putting in quite a bit of effort to try and get out of that second page up into the first page. So I believe we're going to have a little bit of movement still coming in the transition kind of period between the first and second page. But I think more importantly, our focus is going to be mainly on, seeing which two of the 3 teams are going to be moving in and who will we be sending home at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, mathematically very hard to push away K12. I think it's just too hard to ask for some of these teams to take 100 points in 5 games. Is possible, right? But they have not done that before. Like, even in their best performance, or like their best game, even if we try to multiply that by 5, they might just be able to make it in, and that relies on some other teams also absorbing all those, having that point sponge situation into the bottom table, which is extremely hard when you want Galaxy Racer to get eliminated so early alongside these many good squads. So we just need to see, and we just want to see what we saw yesterday as well. So improvements, some change, the good ones, which suggests a good growth for the whole region.
Well, speaking of which, here we go. It is now time for that growth to be shown as the teams are starting to make their way on down, heading up into the ever lovely Erangel. It seems like we do have a slightly more southern flight path coming into this game. Of course, now we're waiting in anticipation to see what it is. And yes, indeed, we get our confirmation. It is going to be a lovely southern flight path, very similar to what we had yesterday, in fact, Tarzan. So I'm curious to see what the teams are going to be doing, and just, if we could see a kind of similar performance to yesterday.
Yeah, like yesterday it was very horizontal, maybe from Mansion to Hospital 2 games. The last one was somewhat similar, but we have the eastern side starting a little bit further up, I believe, like from the middle. So this is kind of a good repeat of what we had in league play as well, to be fair, and should allow these teams to make very good predictions, I would say. And to be fair, I was waiting to see if Falcons would just take that southern part. They fought Lusail off in military base before, but it's always just easier to go to YaLLa, especially when it's so horizontal. You can just head towards where you want to go, like with no one really fighting for those similar vehicles. It's very hard to explain that without a bit of a graph, but if you play this game enough, then you would understand. Like, you just jump a different spot, we've got the roads, just land on different segments of that road. So northern half will be a little bit more open for this one because we have a center circle from a very southern plane path.
Well, of course, it is going to be quite exciting to see where the teams are going to be heading off to. Falcons, of course, heading straight up into their usual spot, pushing straight up in towards YaLLa. SUDOR dropping in their usual spot as well. We see the players there from Lusail hopping up into Sanhok military base. Real Tiger going up into Primorsk. But now I'm curious to see what's going to happen up in the north. We know, of course, that the players from RICO Infinity actually changed their spot over towards Lipovka instead of trying to move all the way up in towards Savoni, which makes quite a bit of sense, seeing that there's no direct route of access to that point. But looking to center zone, that is where we see iKURD Triple, Galaxy Racer, as well as the players from NASR all moving around in pretty close proximity. So who knows, maybe we could see a few early game engagements come through, but I'm not really banking on that just yet.
Yeah, I actually love the adjustment coming from two of those teams. You mentioned one already. We've got RICO Infinity in Lipovka. Lipovka is actually a secondary drop spot for SUDOR Esports, but SUDOR Esports can go to the primary over at Novo. So that is great, just a great read by RICO Infinity. And they can really just play that eastern side, rotate up, can even out-rotate Falcons if need be, because, those buildings in YaLLa is just so tempting for players to keep looting and keep looting. But it's not just the fact that RICO Infinity make a good adjustment. KURD Squad also make a very, very decent one. What they did is to take away the spot from K12, I believe. K12 just play those rich compounds close to that western bridge, on the north side, main island side of that western bridge. And they know this team is not going to be playing, so it's great to just take that segment away. And KURD Squad have made adjustments to around that similar area before, but slightly closer to that coastline. So, having a very defined area and being picked up by both northern teams is a great way to start the game.
This is also quite interesting to see actually the adjustment coming in across the board. I mean, usually we see quite a few more teams dropping closer towards the South George, but for now it is only the side of YaLLa that's actually moved into position there. So I'm curious to see what's going to happen over on that eastern side towards Malta Power kind of farm region, because we got the players from Twisted Mind, we got Fate, we got ABIAH, we got RICO Infinity, as well as Ra'ad. So 4 teams holding and sharing that space, and I'm pretty sure at some point they are going to start bumping heads, because you can only, avoid each other for so long until you are kind of forced closer together. So I'm curious to see how these engagements are going to start coming on through, and who's going to be the first teams to actually get into those fights. Because we know, historically speaking, the teams have actually been changing it up so much. There's no one particular team that we can actually point to and say, yes, this team. Because everyone keeps on surprising us with their performances. Every day they come back looking better, stronger, and they keep us guessing, as I'm pretty sure they are also guessing. And it's a nice way to go through this the competition, actually, as there's no certain team that we know is going to be dominating.
It's actually very true. Like, it's very hard to make that statement correct usually, but this region has shown a lot of that potential. Like, even though you can't all get good days, right? But for those who didn't get enough points, other than maybe 2-3 of these teams, like, the rest have made some good attempts. Like, you can see they are trying to have a good idea, and then the execution may come a little bit short. Like, instead of them playing it bad, it's more like someone else is playing well. That's the huge difference, right, DK? Like, sometimes we even say there's a difference between a good kill and someone's, like, bad death. Like bad death means is someone's mistake. You just do something simple. But for a good kill, you have to go overboard and then try to, be outsmarting people, like making something so exceptionally, doing something so exceptionally well that you really just gain that for yourself. It's not a very good example would be someone just like disconnecting, standing in the middle. It is not a good kill. It's just like other people's like mistakes or like luck and all that stuff. So we are actually slowly trying to remove this type of scenarios outside of the region, and it's actually lovely to see. Like, yes, we still have those, like we can't like remove that, but sometimes we even have those days where a good team got some like chicken dinners, like, or a lot of points, but you just don't quite like how they approach the game. But this past 2 days, DK, that has changed.
Yeah, I mean, what we also see changing up quite a bit is the speed at which these teams are rotating into zone. They don't wait for blue zone to kind of threaten them, to force them to rotate. They actually start rotating up fairly early. We saw the players there from KURD squad already making it all the way almost towards Pachinki. And now we see the players here from Ra'ad moving up. Of course, right up ahead of them, we do see the side of Fate, who's also just holding onto their position. Yes, they've relocated ever so slightly. They dropped pretty close to Malta. But now we see them just on the opposite side here of Ra'ad. And already Munir scouting around. You spotted some movement. Will we see those engagements come straight on through? And I'm excited to see it's going to be the first team to get sent back into the lobby. I mean, at this point in the game, it is pretty much anyone's game. And we've seen the teams actually prove that point time and time again. But now, Laith and Sadat are going to be staring at each other, waiting for that opportunity. Meanwhile, we find the players here from KURD squad actually getting into a bit of a tussle with the side of Twisted Minds. I think this is a healthy play to go for, as we see Kaizo already getting knocked right on down. But now, this is where Twisted Minds need to be so careful, because there's another team holding in the vicinity, that of course being ABIAH.
KURD squad had the exact same split the other day when they play that compound and then they try to funnel and they push someone down, allow them to come down to that northern side and western side, I would say, and Volt would just catch that funnel. Like, that is so good to see that they've made something work and then they actually try to adjust small bits and then continue to use that. And teams sometimes just forget about that. Like, it's just something that they've done maybe just once or twice. But what teams need to know is for that particular circle, it's likely that teams would just go back to hold the same spot with the same split. And that is why the studying of the map is so important. And sometimes I wouldn't say I'm complaining about this, but you can really see a difference in mindset. What players focus on. People are still like, oh, I'm so good mechanically. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, there's no context for you to use. Like, that is basic. Like, to make you close to tier 1, like if you're slightly better PMCO finalist, and that doesn't even make you like far enough. Like, it's about on this big stage, putting it into context. It's about these game sense things that sometimes a person who has only half your mechanics and skills can actually have those important things that are even arguably harder to cultivate. So this circle, interesting, gentle shift towards that western side, completely saturated already, but still got some edges, still got some dips and so on for these teams to hold. And yes, what we need to think about, like if we were some of these players, would be when did this same compound or ridge been taken by a team, and which team is that? Would that be them for this circle and for this playing path? And that can become more and more automatic, right? It's in a way, this Super Weekend DK is like a bit of a boot camp as well, like intense scrims. You just play against each other continuously as well. But early kills does come through, and that will be SUDOR upon the side of Fate. So quite interesting. That is close to Milta, I believe, Milta team. And nope, they both just rotate quite soon. Like we talk about the proactiveness, is actually now in the outskirts of Pachinki where they meet.
Yeah, just on the side of Potato Hill, but already we see the players here from SUDOR having one knock their way. But what up they come, eliminating the side of Fate. Wow, this is a really strong start for the players here from SUDOR. I am excited to see what they're going to be doing in this match. But now the pressure is on, right? We could potentially have a bit of a headshot heals, maybe potentially even a Pachinki Fields rather kind of finish coming on through, but we need to see where the teams are going to go now. A little bit of a very dynamic deployment of that smoke grenade coming in from the side of Twisted Minds as they move up top. The players from SUDOR just looking to quickly steal the vehicle away. Now that is a bit of a cheeky play, if I'm being honest. You know, pushing up to a team, grabbing their vehicle and then running away. That is almost like a bit of a daylight hijacking coming through right there.
It's a tricky one for the side Twisted Mind. I think the key issue is that they are playing around farm, and usually they have a little bit more space to move into these areas because teams are allowed to play more northern or more southern. When you have this type of circle, when everyone's just centralizing along that middle or central belt of this map, they actually don't see as much space for them to move. And to be fair, like a lot of these teams have stayed around like Gatka, Pachinki, and all these stuff, and because they are so split when it comes to certain compounds as well, like they allow themselves to just move in quick, and suddenly Twisted Mind with their pacing is not as easy compared to before to come in. You can see like they are so used to just choosing a few compounds as they wish, but now with the scene progressing as well, and you mentioned that like just right on spot, like on with that point, they have been better, they've been more efficient, and they've been thinking 2 steps ahead. And this is a little bit of a rematch of a different sort. Like we still get a good chunk of Pachinki in, and also headshot hills, and drawing a little bit of Gatka in as well is actually a great dynamic and actually a very hard test for some of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, one of the teams that are going to be put to the test is going to be the side there of Galaxy Racer. They find themselves positioned smack dab center zone, many teams moving in to close proximity, and this is where they now need to get onto that defensive kind of play if they are looking to perform exceptionally well in this particular match. And we know they have the ability to do that. It's going to come down to whether or not they are able to pull off that strategy coming through into this match. And now we also look to the players here from Cryptics holding up on towards the north. We do see El Chapo venturing off a little bit further. RICO Infinity moving in right behind them, and I'm liking this awareness coming in from Senke and Lazy Boy. They are just scouting out the area, but I'm not quite sure whether or not they've spotted the players from RICO moving in. Lazy Boy now being pretty sure there is someone off in the distance as he can feel that sting come through as the heads find their way over towards him. Senke now managing to reposition the vehicle, just moving it back in behind the ridge, but there's so many teams already within the zone that the players need to be so careful about the positioning, and a little bit of a aggressive move coming in from the side of RICO Infinity. I appreciate that as they move up as a unit instead of sending one player out up ahead. And this could actually be quite the favorable play for them. But again, looking at the players here from Cryptics, they leave Marshall on that off angle to potentially close up behind RICO Infinity.
Yeah, just keeping eye on them like would be enough, to be fair, and that was great. Like we need to know like both teams have these thinking coming through. Like Cryptics know that they can push away, but some want to make sure that they didn't get sandwiched from behind, and RICO Infinity just wants to play a little bit loud and say just move, like move so that we can like move into the next bit. And Cryptics know that too. Like it's actually, if they stay, it could be that type of neutral finds in the one part of the map where it doesn't benefit both teams. Like it can have each other stuck in there. We can both lose players, and that's not what you need to do. I think like it's both teams knowing what's important for this later game. It's the numbers that's needed. They can still go very, very open. To be fair, other than the buildings in Pachinki, there's not really a lot in play, and we are still only in phase 3, I believe. So waiting for that shift to come through pretty soon, and ooh, Pachinki finish. Jesus, we talked about this before. The interesting thing would be how we talk about the church being slightly more like quite a lot more terrible when it's on the eastern edge, but it's from the western edge. It's quite good, but it will be about getting back down, which can be another issue, right? It's just slightly better. So Galaxy Racer as the Pachinki team will take one set of compounds and see whether they can pick the right one, because we talk about city finishes, DK, those cars can still be very useful later on, so we need to find some balance between protecting them as well as trying to dominate within the city.
Yeah, I was actually quite pleased to see that adjustment coming in from the side of Galaxy Race. We were speaking about this yesterday, with regards to that church position. But before I get too deep into that, let's jump into the action quick, as we can see the players here now from RICO Infinity and iKURD Triple getting into a bit of a fight up into the north. Fidan and Anas, the two remaining hopefuls for the side here of RICO Infinity. You see Helm N cooking up the nades, sending it on through. Ooh, finds a little potential damage. Helm N now cooking up once again. Down goes Fidan as one comes in from behind. Helm N does take a little bit of damage as the shots come through. The pressure is on. The teams now need to defend. Galaxy Racer holding their own. They have positioned themselves so beautifully in anticipation of the teams moving in. Full sending up into the city, and this is where they are at their strongest, being able to just defend their drop location. Meanwhile, the players here from iKURD Triple are going to be facing quite a few casualties, as Kalaga is now the last remaining hopeful. Raouf is going to be looking to try and find those confirms, adding on a few more additional points, but the pressure is definitely on. As Kalaga now needs to try and survive. This is going to be quite the crazy fight, as we have so many teams already positioned within the city. And now it's all down to those positions, all down to those angles and how they can cover their backs.
Is extremely tricky, to be fair. Like, there's still a high chance that it can move away. It's only phase 4, and we have iKURD Triple eliminated. Unlucky. Or should I say, I'm just sad for them, like, for that happening, because we didn't see exactly what happened. City finishes when you have hard covers. Like, it's actually extremely hard, like, to get eliminated very quickly if someone's not trying to push you, right? Like, it's still so huge. Like, you come into, like, the city, you pick a building, you play it in a way that got yourself, like, such a disadvantage, and it just goes out. Like, something must have been wrong. Like, that is just my educated guess. Of course, they would. It's only them who would know it, and with the votes, etc. Of course, outskirts are still incredibly important. That is a pretty sick pre-fire, if you do ask me.
Yeah, that was brilliant to see come in from Aziz right there. I mean, that was so on point. But now the pressure is still on. SUDOR, they're not backing off. They are going to look to try and find those angles to get back in the fight. But RIP and M7 both coming in with beautiful grenades, though. Of course, M7 so on point, sends it over on towards Saif. But now, Saif trying to wrap his way around, trying to sneak back to the remainder of his team. I'm not quite sure if he's going to make it. No, down he goes. M7, so consistent, so relentless with those utilities.
Is it the good time to strike as well? We talk about sometimes these fights, like, even if we get not so what, they get a reset or whatnot, but they just attempted with those utilities maybe 5 seconds before the shift, so the pressure will need to be on the team that is suffering some knocks. But you know what, it's also the side of okay, I'm back.
There we go.
I'm there. I'm back. And there's also ABIAH. ABIAH just needs to, like, just find a way back in as well. You can see the problem with that position is, of course, it's out of circle, but what's the next cover? It's extremely hard. You can keep eyes on to the next part, but it can be taken away. So that is the plan right now, to first clear out each other, but doesn't seem to be the case.
Going to be a very, very tough call. SUDOR, they do have a slight advantage utilizing these compounds. ABIAH now, they also have a good angle. They have the ability to be a little bit more mobile. They are able to wrap around and come in from different angles. But just looking at the way that SUDOR is taking this engagement, sending out so many utilities, looking to find those openings, it's going to be a pretty tough play for the side here of ABIAH. But we do see YaLLa now looking to sneak his way on in. Aziz getting rest right up, back on up. Now up comes HUD, looking to move in, looking to get into the engagement as Aziz now once again gets picked up. M7 is currently down. YaLLa with a bit of pre-fire. Out comes those grenades once again. Al-Shamri sends it in. Of course, we see the teams now getting into engagements all across the lobby. The players there from Cryptics just lighting up that kill feed. Al-Chapo already on 600 damage, but Al-Shamri again finding those nades, sending them on through. Unfortunately, they are not finding the spot just yet. But ABIAH, they've been able to close the gap. They've now come up close and personal. Katan Already moving out a little bit of an easier position to be fighting in. Meanwhile, Triple Vibes will get eliminated, but the pressure is on. SUDOR look to hold on. Oh, Al-Shamri takes a little bit of damage. Blue zone is closing, and the teams now need to run back in. Down goes Al-Shamri. Welly moving in. Oh, SUDOR now getting forced into the little shack. Up comes the spray, and down goes SUDOR. ABIAH just blazing on through, but now putting themselves in such a difficult position. Of course, Lusail themselves also now going down at the hand of the players from KURD squad. So some insane fights breaking out.
Wow, KURD squad controlling that south side, and Lusail, to be fair, got those hills, got the info to move in when necessary, but did not make it work. But now Cryptics been playing around this dip for so long, 10 kills on board, and they will get the circle. The problem is multiple teams will be looking for this spot. They want to take it away, even if they can't. Is just a very good spot to blindly throw some nades in. But the worries goes to the rest of the teams in the rest of the city. Everyone needs to do some run and gun. It's about maybe using elevation as well, DK. Like, just play that spoiler. It may lose your life, but spray down whoever's trying to move between those buildings. But this is an important break by Raad from the position from the western side. They get a line of entry.
They get a line of entry, yes, but it is going to be a really tough one to push through. So many teams up ahead. We can see the players here from Twisted Minds also now just looking to blaze through. Raad gets eliminated, but now the pressure is on for NASR as they come moving in. Miracle finds a beautiful spray down. One down, two more to go. Oh, and with that, NASR get eliminated mid-air as Vigors comes through with a beautiful execution style play. But now we have 6 teams remaining. A few teams out in the field as that zone now shifts down to the south. Bandar looking to rotate in. 3 players still up for the side of YaLLa. Good performance coming in from them. But we're seeing so many dynamic plays actually getting utilized in this whole Pachinki region. YaLLa looking to push in. Oh, finds himself in a little bit of an exposed position. Ida now trying to bring through the spray. Unknown cooking up the nade. Bolt right there alongside him, looking to just strengthen the position. Meanwhile, YaLLa will have the knocks come through. Ida and Bandar looking to hold on. Will they find those angles? Unknown just playing that shack, but finds a beautiful angle. Down goes YaLLa.
Well, I mean, the attempt is there. They want to take the spot away. They need to get an entry. The easiest thing to do is to throw a smoke so far that the side of KURD squad can't peek. Even if they need to go wide, right? But this is the rivalry right here, top of table, as well as from Miramar into Erangel. Freak gets knocked, and that will be the fragger maybe going. The last guy standing, though, will be honest, just making sure that he does damage before he needs to go them himself. But DK down to 11 players. This is just insane, but Anas wants to strike continuously.
Yeah, Anas is not going to be giving up anytime soon. Rauf now trying to find those angles, but of course Hamodi comes in with a beautiful suppressive shot, sneaks out, and down he goes. Anas gets picked on up, and with that, RICO Infinity head right back into the lobby. This now is the opportunity for Cryptics to come swooping in with a third-party play. They do spot Hamodi up ahead, down he goes. Now it's up to Rauf El Chapo, already on a beautiful roll. Rauf now quickly looking to reposition, but gets picked up by the mollies that have been sent on through. Cryptics looking to apply the pressure. The players there from Twisted Mind using this opportunity now to get their numbers back up. But with that, the side of Cryptics swoop on and eliminating Galaxy Raider. And now we only have 3 teams remaining as Dami gets taken down once again. Vigors just got that res in. But now he needs to try and replicate that whole scene once again as they send the nades on through. Good defensive play, but El Chapo swoops in and down they go. Cryptics on fire.
Got time to reset as well, but KURD squad missed out on a small opportunity to just come slightly closer. But to be fair, that was good from Vault. That was the time, so I take back what I said. It's good. One close to make sure there's no easy entrance, then unknown with the wide angle. That's all from the gunshots, and say they've been busy. It's probably a 2v3, and that is Cryptics probably one of the biggest games we've seen from this squad, not just this season, including when they played under RTG last split, and RTG is now out. So I mean, they probably proved the point. I don't know the story behind that, but anyway, like, this team has been needing this type of performance. We know they can do it, but it's not been smooth at all. They've not made it very convincing, but this game may just prove all of us wrong.
Yeah, I mean, Cryptics, they've been playing an exceptional game. But now they still need to try and deal with the threat coming in from KURD squad as LazyBoy gets picked up as he rotates a little bit too far up. Now, the pressure is on. El Chapo, Senke, cooking up the grenades. They know where at least one player is. That, of course, is Volt. He's now just holding up behind the buggy. Ooh, utilizing the hard cover he has at his disposal. The molly's getting sent in. Up comes the nades. A little bit of damage finding its way on through. But KURD squad, they don't seem to be too phased just yet. It is going to be a 2v3 engagement. LazyBoy already down. So it's only 2 remaining hopefuls now. Here we go. The sprays come through. Volt finds a nice angle. Unknown picks up LazyBoy. And with that, the shots come through as KURD squad swoop in, claiming the winner chicken dinner. 13 kills on board. Absolutely insane start to the day here, Tarzan.
This team, when they get the momentum, they can really, really win it. The last time we've seen them use that early compound where Volt get that kill in that exact same way from that exact same tree, they also basically popped off. They did not win it, but then they was very close. But this time is the good one. They took these small rotations like to perfection, and there was also Cryptics being a little bit disrespectful after what seems to be a crazy roll over Pachinki, like 17 kills to say the least, and that is them basically being disrespectful on that push. Yes, they know it's a bit of a split. They've smoked out the off angle, but not quite enough. The Overwatch was not established well enough before crashing into that small house, and that turned into a 2v2. So that were those basic things that could have been like done better, but still very well played by both teams.
Yeah, very, very well played. And of course, speaking of which, let's jump into our match rankings to see how many points the teams were able to acquire in this game. Of course, Cryptics coming in with a beautiful 29-pointer. Of course, the players there from the KURD squad finishing strong on 28. So the 17 kills for Cryptics really working in their favor, just moving them 1 point ahead of our winners of the round. But of course, the players there from Twisted Minds coming in into 3rd place. 9 kills on board, 19 total points. A very, very aggressive game we saw come in. Galaxy Racer only being able to find 2 kills, but they finished strong on 8 placement points. And what I was trying to say about Galaxy Racer a little bit earlier on is we were talking about their position over on towards that church and where it is positioned within the zone. We were saying also that we hope to see them actually move out to those warehouses, in which we saw the a pretty tough game finishing yesterday. But today we saw that improvement. The players there from Galaxy Racer coming in with that 2-2 split, rotating in, and this time around it worked out so beautifully for them. And now, as we have a look at our second page, this is where it's looking a little bit tough. Fate, of course, getting sent back empty-handed, no points on the board. But the players there from YaLLa also, no kills, but at least bringing in the 4 placement points.
Yeah. I mean, we've been expecting them to do slightly more, I would say, but like from their favorite spots, rotating into that zone is deemed pretty difficult. So if they can really edge in from that south side, is actually just pretty well done already. It's about that one fight, and that's all it takes, right, DK? But still, like at least more than what they've gotten yesterday when it comes to average point. That's extremely sad to say, but that was true. So we want to see them bounce, like just to give everyone a little bit of context. You know what? We can wait for those overall results to illustrate this point. But look at the teams from below. They were those who, I would say the majority of them, have been, adapting to this quicker pace early game a little bit slower. You can see they like playing some sweep. They like playing, wait and see style a lot more. And all these teams, maybe except the side of iKURD triple, like it's all these other teams have played that style, and they were just like out pretty early on for this one.
Yeah, I mean, definitely the pressure is going to be on for Triple Vibes to step up their players. Raad and ABIAH, they are in hot pursuit. They are looking to close the gap. I mean, there's only a few points still separating these 3 teams. But before we get into that, Tarzan, we need to look at our MVPs of the match. Of course, it is going to be El Chapo and Senko for the side of the players there coming in from Cryptics. And then, of course, we see Dammy for the side there of Twisted Minds. But 7 kills at the hand of El Chapo. 1,047 damage dealt and 1,032 damage for the side of Sanhok with 4 kills. Some pretty insanely high damage numbers there we see. But of course, we have Dammy in the mix as well. 6 kills and 633 damage. But some pretty impressive numbers for the players there from Cryptics. So, a very, very well-deserved finish for them, coming in with those 29.17 kills. Not surprised whatsoever. But what is going to be surprising is to see the overall standings and where the teams currently find themselves. Of course, we know by now Galaxy Racer are going to be sitting up in that top spot. It's going to be pretty difficult for that gap to be closed in the remaining games here today. But we see Fate still holding into second. RICO holding in third. The players there from Twisted Minds up in fourth. KURD squad moving up into fifth, actually all the way from seventh. So pretty decent jump coming in there from them. Of course, the players from iKURD then getting moved down. Falcons also getting moved down into seventh. And Cryptics just blazing their way up onto this first page, getting one up on the players there from Lusail, who we saw, of course, sitting up in 8th place at the start of this match. So some pretty impressive plays coming through. But the second page is going to be where our eyes are going to be fixed to as we look to see what Triple Vibes, ABIAH, and the players there from Ra'ad are bringing to the table. So far, Triple Vibes managed to hold on to that 15 slot, but if they don't step it up in the next few games, Tarzan, ABIAH and Ra'ad are going to be catching up and surpassing them.
It's actually quite crazy to see where YaLLa Esports is. I mean, that is exactly what I want to mention before. Out of the teams that played every single game of the Super Weekend so far, maybe except that one that they missed, right? They have the lowest amount of points, and that is actually pretty mind-boggling. Something needs to be fixed. I mean, like for this team, for this organization, this is, if I can say unacceptable, I don't think it's going to be an understatement. They've created organization. They've got the funding. They've got a lot of these things. How it's about, they need to do it for a reason, and results is what they need. Results is what they want. And then, of course, that can't really disregard the efforts of the team. But we have seen certain things that are very fixable in a way. Like the pure analysis, and the point to make was extremely clear. It's about whether they can take it, one step further and have it reflected from the results. So that is actually still like worrying. But of course, bottom of the table, we didn't have like much change. Like so far, it's still within the distance that can be caught up within one decent game.
Yeah. I mean, we're definitely seeing the efforts come through from the side of ABIAH as well as Ra'ad. I mean, the players there from Triple Vibes having a little bit of a tough match, only having that 1 point coming their way. But now they still have, of course, 4 more matches to try and fix that, to try and make up for that. So next up, we are going to be heading up into a little bit of Miramar action, which is going to be pretty exciting. So be sure to stay tuned, and we'll see you guys back in a short few minutes.
Mr. DJ.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia Season 2. Of course, now we're getting ready to move into our second match of the day. We're going to be heading straight up in towards a bit of Miramar action. And now it's going to be interesting to see what teams are going to bring here, because we've seen the players from Lusail as well as ABIAH come in with winner-winner chicken dinners on Miramar in the past 2 days. So I'm curious to see who's going to be the team to step up and grab this next chicken dinner. Tarzan, I think it's going to be pretty crazy. So far, we've had some strong plays, some strong performances, and of course, a very, very interesting finish actually coming in at the hand of the players there from Cryptics in this past match. I mean, KURD squad also just performing exceptionally well.
These are the teams that we didn't expect. I'm not saying that we don't believe in their ability, it's just not what we have seen so far. So it's new, so it's nice. And it's the same yesterday, to be fair, except the last two chicken dinners by NASR Esports. So the scene continued to motivate and encourage us, I feel like, just by the way that they're playing with so much passion, right? And this one, I'm looking for St. Martin once again. And it's weird to say this, but the Twisted Minds and YaLLa Esports wouldn't want to give each other a break. They don't seem to have the plan to do that either. But is that doing themselves any good? I don't know. Because last few games seems like they can both qualify. It's about, having it in the way that can keep you going. Right? You need to give yourself some, pat on the back, and you don't want to just keep hot dropping and dying. Like, fine, if you've gotten immune to it or desensitized, I have nothing else to say. But like YaLLa Esports just need to, bounce, and maybe, this type of momentum from the game before, with Twisted Mind taking almost 20 points, they should have the upper hand. But with the experience of YaLLa Esports, I feel like it would be unfair to say that they have been playing a little bit less, how should I say, like just not as well as we assume them to be. Then that is it. Like that would just put them off their play. I don't think that's the case. Like, after all, the experience is where that is important for this type of situations, right? You can still play decently even if things are getting rough.
Well, I mean, the pressure is definitely going to be on to look to see what the teams are going to bring in. Yes, some teams not always performing to the standard we've seen them play before, but we also have those surprise performances come through. I mean, we've had so many teams step up and claim wins, claim those chickens. So at this point, it's still pretty much anyone's guess as to who's going to be the team to grab the chicken moving up in towards Miramar. For me, honestly, it is quite exciting, because as we've said before, there's no way of pointing out exactly which team is going to be the team to be victorious. It is a constant back and forth. There's always that challenging play that comes in, and the teams, I mean, they make for some pretty entertaining PUBG to watch and to cast. And I got to say, so far, we've been having an absolute blast looking at these teams to step up and amaze us as they progress through these games, just looking to improve themselves, bringing better and better PUBG as they come back day after day. I mean, so far, Tarzan, it has been absolutely phenomenal to see, and who knows? Maybe they'll even continue to do that as we continue through the remainder of the day. I'm curious to see what's going to happen between YaLLa and the players there from Twisted Minds. If they're going to drop into the same spot once again, as you've pointed out, will we see one surprising finish potentially coming into that? But of course, we have to wait for the time as we are getting ready to move into our match here. And it's going to be exciting to see what Miramar has in store.
This playing path should allow quite some spicy things to come through as well. Like, first off, big teams shouldn't need to, drive to where they want to go. El Pozo, Monte Nuevo, Chimacera, all those boxes are checked. Los Leones, though, just a tap, just a little bit far if they want to go to the northern side. Like, after all, those grid represents 1,000 meters, so that is close to 2,000. They can float in no issue. It will be about the very tough situation for teams who wants to assess that eastern side. We know that teams, a good handful of them, like going from Hacienda all the way to Campo Militar, that top right segment of the map is actually very much loved, so they can't really do that. That may mean they still want to go, but they need to find the way to go. So La Correria could be the spot where they want to drive from, but that would also mean the side of Ra'ad would get some guests around that space, that city that they like to drop in, which is usually uncontested, right? So yes, but Saint Martin won't be an issue. That could be a bit of a rematch, and the KURD Knight also floating towards that area for what seems to be a bit of a good change, maybe. So don't know what to expect, but yes, this is round 20, maybe, probably not as many, maybe the 15th round between these two teams. But if we talk about the boot camp as well, they had just way too many at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a pretty tough play. It's nice to see, as you pointed out, the players there from KURD Squad moving up in that same direction. It could be exactly what these two teams needs, you know, just a little extra bit of spice coming in there. But we also see the players there from ABIAH moving in a very similar direction. So who knows, maybe we'll see the players there from Twisted Minds as well as YaLLa actually getting challenged by either of these two opposing teams. But looking at the spread of where these teams have actually decided to drop down is actually quite decent, quite interesting. And I mean, a lot of teams find themselves smack dab center zone, but here we go in a typical Miramar fashion, getting into our age-old engagement between Twisted Minds and YaLLa up in San Martin.
Well, Yusef's not even picking up the shotgun and have the crossbow. Huge respect there for this player. And but yes, like first knock does come through. Kato is the one that I don't expect, right? But you know what? You can see the splits does come through between these teams. The issue is if they know how to play a city drop, they would always get all the info needed with those parachutes. So you want to make a huge split. Sorry, like people will actually just single you out and avoid your sightlines completely. So the thinking's been there to its mind. Destiny is right there, but it might be the Destiny that, like, to be fair, like if YaLLa's just show their experience, they will never allow Destiny to do anything like from that position, and that is why it takes a lot of practice or sometimes some structure to make city drops work. And this is good for this team. They saw on stream or whatnot how Twisted Mind play that one, and they have a little bit of that drive, right? On a small bit of rampage, to say the least. And but yeah, Ida also, of course, like you can always say the same for Ida as well. It will be both teams. The cluster of players avoiding each team's off angle, and that will be the key thing here. And this is actually quite interesting to break down, and I want to see what's going to happen. Twisted Mind can actually stop giving some footsteps when they've found the best two angles to stop pushes from coming in, right? So that's the first plan that they need to have. Number two, if there's any way, make small movements or small pushes to allow Destiny to make something happen. I know it's extremely hard, but if they know this town like the back of their hands, then there is still a chance.
That's actually a very interesting position we see there, being held by Destiny. I mean, he can spot quite a bit of movement coming in onto this building, but YaLLa, as you pointed out, bringing in a very similar kind of approach here. Now, this is where YaLLa needs to try and play with the information they've got. We do see Powerful and Bandar just inching their way up the staircase, sending out the utils, trying to see if they can potentially create a bit of an opening there. But I'm expecting the players here from Twisted Minds to actually maybe give them a one-up here, because Destiny is holding a pretty interesting angle. Vigor and, of course, Dammy, they've got that beautiful coverage set up in anticipation of YaLLa moving in towards them.
Yeah, I think the small, minute thing here, if we try to min-max this, it will be about how the staircase side is actually far from Ida, so it's not going to be, easy to find anything on that, but it's fine. Like, YaLLa can push them towards the window side to this northern part, then Ida can make something happen. So it's about Destiny's angle that is going to be quite tricky to make work. And you can see they have swamped this building. They've gone all the way to the top. So it's about, these small parkour action as well. You can see, like, with those balcony, they can use some jumps and they can skip certain floors. And that is what you need to know, like, for this type of building. And this is what they've done, I think, week second Super Weekend Day 2 when they used the sandwich technique, and Banda and Ida just started from the top and dropped down and then just tried to pinch the side of Twisted Mind. So now they've got an extra angle as well, like from Ida from across the street, but the manpower is where they need to make sure that they have against a very reactive team just setting up a trap. So I don't know how long this is going to take, but the circle should allow them to do so.
I'm curious to see what Bandar is going to be doing. I was waiting for him to jump down off of the roof. I mean, I would have hoped him to drop a little bit closer to that smoke. He could have had a pretty interesting angle on towards Dammy, but fortunately, Dammy did reposition. So that was a good call coming in, just reading the noises, reading those sound cues. But now, YaLLa looking to create a bit of an opening, playing the staircase. And I think it's a really powerful position to have Bandar moving across the roof, jumping down off of the balcony, and now looking to push in. But now the pressure is on because YaLLa, they've played all these interesting strategies, right? But now they need to be successful in their push. I mean, it's going to be absolutely essential. Otherwise, all of that is kind of for naught. But meanwhile, we'll have a quick replay there as we do see M7 from the side of ABIAH finding a beautiful knocks, beautiful sprays coming in. But Bandar inching his way in. It's been spotted by Dammy. Dammy keeping a very, very watchful eye. And I actually appreciate this play coming in from Twisted Minds. They refuse to make a single sound. They just remain motionless, waiting to see what YaLLa's going to do.
It's important to restrict the amount of info that you're giving. It's so key. Like, to be fair, trigger discipline sometimes fall under that category, right? And right here, this is exactly what they need to do. Like, it allows them to get the opening bit of advantage, but here comes the jump. The vaulting out and landing does give that audio cue away. So here comes the fight. It is about using that off angle, but that will be Ida catching that one. The off angle was not ready.
I'm not quite sure what's going on there. I mean, Destiny is just holding that position, but is not reacting, is allowing his team to get obliterated, and now Vigors having to do so much work, moves in, finds that first knock, but quickly rushing up the staircase, looking to get back in to a nice vantage point, being able to funnel the players from YaLLa. Quickly vaulting out the window once again. Oh, but down he goes, but still no reaction coming through from the side there of Destiny.
This is pretty painful to watch, to be fair. Like, they had the idea, but it's down to those smallest, angles. Like, when you think, oh, I'm just going to vault out to the side that you can watch. Where can you exactly watch? Right? Like, that is something that needs to come through. So, yeah, he's got his fart flower there, didn't even drop it onto his mate's dead body, and he is on his way out. So, something when it comes to the structural knowledge of the city may be lacking a little bit. There could be comms, we never know. Always have the benefit of the doubt. Don't want to have any sort of anchoring bars or whatnot. Like, we're all prone to those. So, well, it's good to know that YaLLa is back. I mean, that was decently well played, at least capitalizing on people. Like, enemy's mistake is one basic. You shouldn't let people get away with those. And the Galaxy Racer, Rauf, with the scout, will find some player of Rad, but you know what? Sometimes, even when he has the biggest brain, sometimes he does get knocked trying to make some aggressive and ambitious play, but that is him just prone right there. No trade coming back from Rad. They would just leave this one. And you know what? I feel like that is a little bit just chicken, to say the least. They've got dips to play off. Maybe they just didn't know like how many have been set up there, so they don't want to stop in the open positions, which is also understandable.
I think Ra'at, they don't want to push their luck, right? They want to finish strong in this match. They want to bring in a decent amount of points, and it is going to take quite a bit of work to pull that one off, seeing that they do find themselves all the way up in towards the blue zone over on this far western side of the map. So they need to play this very, very calculated. And of course, as we move a little bit further onwards, we can see the players here from Fate to scouting the area. We see the side there of Triple Vibes actually moving up onto that church. Now that is a really strong point to be holding, the church spot there. You can gather so much information. It's a really strong point to defend from and potentially, just play a little bit offensive. But now the pressure is going to be on, because if they make too much noise, they will draw many teams towards them, and they need to be careful because iKURD Triple is also just holding on towards that western side.
Yeah, exactly. Like, what happens when they have to move? They don't have enough info to guarantee that these other teams have rotated away. Like, that is the problem with the church. You need to, if you want to play loud, you need to know the price to pay. And you also just kind of need to predict the next shift as well. So, yes, very, very hard spot. Like, even if you have all your cars protected, it's going to be a little bit of a stretch. And I think the issue with the church as well is so textbook that people know how to avoid it. And that is what you get to see in PMPL. Like, to be fair, in PMCO, I still feel like the map knowledge is not quite there, and teams do somehow just try to push their luck. Oh, they think something or some spot is strong, and they would just want to go and take it, not having good structures when it comes to shot stopping and maybe claiming a spot, scouting for it, and then still falls to some very typical positions. But this is the PMPL. Vive's been shoot just 2 rounds is enough. Okay, someone at church just shot, and no one will actually give them anything for being there. Like, and that is actually my favorite thing to see at this level of play. That is where the highest bit of brain power needs to come in. They need to go onto eBay or whatnot, buy some more RAM. Okay, for example, this is a very good situation to illustrate that point, right? How do Vibes rotate? Well, they show their position. Will there be teams stopping us? Will they leave 1 or 2 onto the next part to stop our rotation paths? We don't know, because these other teams can third-person peek us, and they just, that is the issue. And you know what? Like, so we always talk about thinking 2 steps forward, and this one is just, hard. Like, and sometimes you also need to think quick, and that is the hardest thing. So this shift, very, very tough. Pretty open within the circle until you can touch the northern side, and NASR needs to continue with what they've done yesterday. 131 points before today started, and game 1 wasn't too sweet, but Miramar aggression, we for sure have seen that.
Yeah, and now it's going to be a pretty tough call for those rotations to try and find their way all the way back up in towards the zone. Meanwhile, we will see the teams now positioned into a more southern angle of the zone. So many teams start to rotate back into the zone itself. But I like this position that the KURD squad find themselves in, able to apply a bit of pressure onto the side there of Galaxy Racer. As we can see, Galaxy Racer, they still have a few numbers up. Raouf just down below, looking to hold on a little while longer. But they need to be so careful. They've already been able to find 2 kills. Will they be able to find even more? We don't know. We'll have to wait and see. But this is where it gets quite interesting, because RICO Infinity, we also see them coming in onto that southern edge. And if KURD squad are not careful, they could actually meet their demise right there. But up comes Lord, trying to bring that reinforcements up into Raouf. So fortunately for Galaxy Racer, this is a decent position to try and pull off that res. They do have quite a bit of coverage here. But with Freak off in the distance, I mean, we could maybe still see some magic happen.
I mean, like, Freak is on duty to cover fire that, so that if Lot gets sprayed down, he can maybe trade for them. But after all, it's just tricky. I feel like personally, I would just have let Rove died, because it's just so hard. Like, Lord could have been knocked very easily as well. Like, Freak's cover fire actually came in a little bit later than we want them to, and then now that is the problem. Like, Hamodi is nowhere close as well. Freak is gone, so the only 2 players of Galaxy Racer is within this tip, with vehicles burning and smoking, and that is the problem I have with this team, like, recently. Yes, they play these 50-50 sudden crash into palm positions. Where is the scout? It's like a neutral. Suddenly say, oh, someone is there, now you need to watch me. How about making sure that people might be there, and then work it from there? And of course, we've seen the win from yesterday, right, in Sanhok, but that is literally a full send with no info. Like, that is the type of rotation that they're making here, the type of rotation that has punished them and took away many opportunities of them taking more chicken dinners. They've got this game and 3 more games to tie with what they had last season. I don't think this will be one. It wouldn't happen. There's too many power positions. Stop their paths. Their vehicles are too low when it comes to HP.
Yeah, I don't know. It's going to be a really, really tough play. I mean, ideally, we'd like to see a little bit more of a strategic play coming through instead of a blind rush coming in. I mean, when it comes to the blind rushes, they are really good at holding their own. Getting down to business with the fighting part of it. But sometimes we see them, of course, rotating up into some really tricky positions, and they meet an early demise. Now they find themselves on this foot side alongside the players here from KURD squad. And they don't have enough information to really assess what would be the best approach to try and get up. They don't know how many teams they have in the vicinity, and KURD squad can just perch themselves up on the high ground and just slowly eat away at their health bars. But they've gone to so much of an extent that J9 is the only one that's really looking at this engagement. The rest of the players there from KURD squad focusing on towards RICO Infinity.
Well, that is actually an important play, right? Like, you've got the elevation. You can just react when they move. And you can be so quiet that they actually feel like, oh, they are gone, right? But KURD squad also just need to do this for themselves. They need to get a path in. If they get too tunneled around here, then it's GG. Like, they do not have enough info towards the next part of the map. And that is just the right thing to do. J9 has been staying quiet enough to basically bait this out, and that is also the issue. Like, we're so used to allowing smoke to cover the vision from the side, but from above we never know how strong it is. And right here on that southern end, important compound to hold with rich access towards the east as well, and Triple Vibes are trying to hold down this one against the Cryptics.
Oh, but the Cryptics we saw just come blazing in the previous match, and they look to continue with that momentum. But of course, up comes one shot, puts the shot in, and with that, the flights come through. It is up to Lazy Boy and El Chapo to get the dub here. Will they be able to close this one out, get that squad wipe? It's going to be quite a bit of pressure on their shoulders now. One shot. The last remaining hopeful for the side of Triple Vibes. But Triple Vibes not only playing to finish strong here, they are also playing to defend their position. With that, the grenades come through and Triple Vibes get eliminated. Ra'ad still in the game, still here to play. And of course, the players there from ABIAH also still in the mix. So I'm curious to see where exactly these teams are going to be finishing off. But now, the pressure is on. RICO, Real Tiger 9 rather, going to be looking to move in on the players here from Cryptics.
Yeah, they've been trying to third party this, and I'm not sure how much damage they've done. I feel like what they could have done instead of just showing their presence is waiting for the opportunistic time to kill the sort of Cryptics, making sure that they have their own rotation options, figured out as well. Like, you can see there are certain ridges, both like to the west, to the east, there are spots that they can take, but they want to come close, and this is Cryptics when they are on fire. Third kill coming through. Real Tiger 9 will need to hold this one down and will just get taken out. Just 3 nades, 3 kills from Cryptics, and after what seems to be one of the strongest games that we've seen from them, they also get great access to one of the strongest spots on the southern side of this new circle, not too far to travel either, and the vehicles brought into them. But on this other side is a complete different story. YaLLa still trying to fight their way through, but after those 4 kills that they got earlier, this is a great rhythm that they can abuse, but those landscapes will suggest something very different.
Yeah, they do find themselves in quite a challenging position with regards to the landscape, and now we need to see whether or not they'll be able to pull off this rotation as they come moving in straight on to the Falcons, utilizing these walls. But already we see IDA getting taken right on down. The Falcons are ready to strike. We know they are pretty proficient when it comes to city fighting and any kind of building in the way. They read this so well. Up comes Never Alone. Bandar trying to bring in the spray. Oh, the grenade's getting sent over. Up comes Never Alone once again. Yusuf does pick it up. Come on, it is up to Last, KWT, and Bomba to bring this one in. Out comes the grenades. Bandar takes quite a bit of damage. Oh, if Last only knew how close that was. But now trying to pick up the trade-off over towards Yusuf. Oh, there we go. Up comes Bandar. Down he goes. Nice. Falcons looking good. They got the rhythm. They got the flow. But they need to pay attention to powerful position on the edge of zone. Yusuf right there alongside Last. How long will this last? We don't know. Up comes the pre-fire. Down he goes. Beautiful engagement coming from the side of Falcons. But now the pressure is still on the side here, as Powerful is starting to rotate on in. The Falcons, of course, just cleaning it up. But now Powerful uses the opportunity to reposition. RICO Infinity are going to be rushing in towards them as well. Coming up on the side, we do see the players there from KURD Squad. Also just holding on the edge. But now Anas, oh, a very compromising spot. He's been spotted down. He goes. Beautiful play coming in from Falcons. They are on a roll, Tarzan.
Well, it's about knowing how loud your car is, right? And YaLLa right here, the last one standing, was now gone. And Powerful tried to make something out of that off angle from the hill, but, you know, it's about Falcons not giving them those angles. So the team from Picardo strikes. They finally know how to play around these areas. And to be fair, it's really close to what they usually drop. So we do expect them to have that level of knowledge. But yes, Galaxy Racer not finding their way in. I mean, they've lived long enough, I would say. Very close to getting more than one placement point. But unfortunately, that will just be it. This circle is giving me a headache. What is this? It's like 50% of them so open. Yes, we've got some hilltops, but whoever gets there first might be attacked from multiple sides. So a lot of run and gun, knowing how much land you have for info and how much life you have, Ra'ad will find none. And that is one point to them when it comes to placement. And to be fair, all the points that they're going to have this game. And we almost forgotten to talk about the bottom table, right? So that is important for them. When they get out, when they are eliminated, it's these other two teams that can feel the rush of adrenaline saying that this is a chance to expand that lead or make that distance count.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be absolutely essential to try and bring as many points as they can. But now, first thing these teams need to try and deal with is that position up in towards zone. I've already said that ABIAH's come back with a bit of a vengeance here today, and we can see that being quite reflective in their performance once again in this match. But now they need to hold on to that position in zone. It is a good point to be, but will they be able to capitalize on that? We have the players here from Cryptics now moving in. Kazan getting ready to strike. Only him and Al-Shamri, the two remaining hopefuls for the side of SUDOR. A little bit of an exposed position, but the grenades come through. Lazy Boy takes a few hits in the process. El Chapo also not looking too great with a health bar. But the pressure is on. NASR finds a nice confirm. Will Katan be able to find the angle onto the Cryptics? Cryptics, oh, down he goes. Come on. It is up to El Chapo. He repositions the vehicle, getting ready to rush. The blue zone swoops in. NASR gets eliminated, but iKURD triple looking to push in from the south. Finds the angle on towards Al-Shamri. But now, will they be able to get the job done? Katan looking for quick rotation. Up comes Aziz, and down he goes. Beautiful play coming through from ABIAH.
Important. Full squad still up, down to 4 teams, 4 kills as well. So 444 seems to be the number, and that will be like no one to match that amount so far. I mean, yeah, Falcons maybe, but ABIAH found their way in slowly from that side. They've got ridges to play off and all that, but yes, it will be about that circle, finding side angles as well. This is a tricky bit of landscape for the Desert Dunes, ladies and gentlemen. It's about, you know, playing with the bit of info you had from the past, and Aziz, not the first time we see him strike, and that is going to make Falcons' life absolute hell, and it's so likely that they need to move out of that compound as well.
Aziz playing this one so beautifully. A good balance of aggression and movement coming through, just playing these angles. But now ABIAH needs to be so careful. They are in a very exposed position. They need to watch these ridge lines as the players from iKURD triple come moving in from up above. Down goes Had, down goes Aziz. And only 2 now remain for the side there of ABIAH. But the Falcons are going to be keeping a very watchful eye on this position. They do have themselves beautifully set up in that southern side of the zone. Slight bit of a west as well. But now iKURD triple trying to find closure on towards ABIAH. Down goes Willie. Now it is up to N7 to hold on. Kalaga and Ali are going to be moving in swiftly. Oh, will we see that grenade potentially being able to hold them off? Ali trying to find that angle. Kalaga also keeping a very watchful eye. M7 is going to start running out of options. Up comes the molly, gets up, runs away. But with that, Ali swoops in to find the closing shot. And now it is fate up against Falcons and iKURD triple to fight it out for that winner chicken dinner. iKURD coming in from up top. Oh, finds the spray onto Boompa. There we go. Falcons now getting ready to rush. But iKURD triple and the players here from Fate, they've just got this whole section covered. Never alone the last remaining hopeful for the team here, but the Falcons and Fate just feel the pressure mounting as iKURD Triple are playing such a beautiful game.
Well, they've got the very good high ground, can keep eyes on two areas, but Fate also got a position that allows the reset. And to be fair, I would expect the side of iKURD Triple to just hug the left side a little bit more, make sure that they throw utilities in to clear out one team. Doesn't matter, they clear out this one first. It's going to be a 3v4. Fate with the number advantage. They still need to heal up. They don't want to slow down. They are pushing it already.
This has been such a beautiful play coming in from the side here of iKURD Triple, but now they go up against the full squad of Fate, as you said, having the numbers advantage here. Fate, of course, sitting on a pretty strong average survival time there, a decent amount of damage dealt. But will iKURD Triple be able to hold on and reign supreme, claiming that winner chicken dinner? Already 6 kills on board. Oh, here we go. The fight starts. Kalaga and Ali trying to wrap around the outside. There we go. 2 down. Oh, Ragnarok picks up Ali. Come on, it is a 1v2 players. Rawan and Kalaga get ready to move in. Ragnarok quickly managing to spice up those health bars, but now the pressure is on as Kalaga and Rawan need to move in swiftly. They need to find the angles on to Ragnarok. He gets up. Rawan uses the opportunity quickly to heal in. Oh, come on. There comes the spray.
Wait,
oh, Ragnarok takes him down. Come on, Rawan.
What?
Oh, looking in the wrong direction.
What?
Up comes Ragnarok.
Oh, my
and
God.
down they go. Fate steal the chicken from the hands of iKURD Triple. What is going on? But that was amazing.
I'm sorry about the yelling, guys, but my brain just went... It's like someone cut a circuit in the brains of iKURD Triple. They played so well. The end game pressure, that was a very good, very good example. Like, what he's trying to revive right here when a guy has his half body showed up on his screen. The first off, they did not even push it. The 1 knot, 2 knot, 3 knot, last guy low, did that appear in the comms? If it did, it's a straight up 2v1. Like 180 HP versus 20. How can you lose that? Right? They gave them the time to heal. They allowed him to push up. They did not double peak. They did not make the last bit count. That is heartbreaking. That is so hard to watch. But you know what? Like, Fate made it work. Like, what seems to be extremely bold and even more punishable actually got them those $1,000. Wow. Like, that is going to be a bit of a tricky one to digest.
Yeah, it's some heart-stopping action coming in. But while we work on digesting what we just saw, we are going to be moving into our match rankings to see how many points the teams were able to bring in. We got the players from Fate holding strong in that pole position with 23 points, 8 kills. iKURD Triple also coming in on 8 kills. But unfortunately, the placement points just putting them 3 points behind the side of Fate. So, man, this is like, yeah, this was such an unfortunate finish for iKURD. They came so close. I mean, they could feel the source of that chicken dinner on their lips. They could feel it. It was that close. But unfortunately, it is the way it is. And of course, Falcons finishing strong there in 3rd place on 15 points. We see the players there from Cryptics playing a phenomenal PUBG once again, coming in with 6 kills alongside their 4 placement points. And of course, KURD squad as well, 5 kills on board. So some good bit of aggressive play we have in YaLLa. There we go, stepping it up with regards to those kills once more. NASR not having a beautiful day so far, but still bringing in points on the board. And sadly, we see the players there from Twisted Minds finishing up on the big fat bubble. But of course, Ra'ad coming in with 1 point. Triple Vibes getting a little bit more than 1, finishing on their lovely 3 points. But the players there from ABIAH, I mean, they are definitely out here to just try and get ahead of Triple Vibes.
Yeah, I mean, they are actually making it there. Like, they've done a lot of good things. Like, it was just that last bit there when they tried to play aggressive, not remembering they've got a weak side. It's actually not that hard, DK. Keep one guy to keep info on the top of the hill, place 2 smokes first so that you can play aggressive. If they peek over, get someone to take them down, or you need to force them to peek so far that other teams can can actually spray them down. Like iKURD Triple could have been punished that way, but this game is just really interesting. Like how Twisted Mind actually got outclassed and maybe outclassed themselves, outplayed themselves, and more than one team outplayed themselves actually. So would this be the fatigue? Like we have set the bar extremely high for very good reasons, but man, like this is a very different one, and we just need to see how that transitions back onto Erangel.
Yeah, speaking about transitions, we are going to be transitioning over in towards our match MVPs. And of course, we've got Kalaga coming in for the side of iKURD. 3 kills and 1,257 damage. Pretty strong play actually coming in from the side of iKURD. Even though, they did come into second place, it was so close. Ali and Kalaga representing the team up here with 3 and 4 kills. Insane numbers. And of course, we've got Ragnarok coming in there with 6 kills as well for the side of Fate. As we can see, finishing strong on 847 damage dealt. So yeah, impressive numbers. But it has been a pretty brutal Miramar match. And speaking about brutal, it is that time to move into our overall rankings. Of course, no change right up at the top as we, again, no surprise, see Galaxy Racer holding strong. Fate, of course, now bringing in their second winner chicken dinner, advancing them into the 400 count there. So a good, strong jump coming in there from them as well. And of course, Twisted Minds up in there as well. Players from KURD Squad, iKURD Triple, the players from Falcons, as well as Cryptics. All the teams sitting on this first page now already well over 300 points. That is pretty impressive stuff. And I mean, Galaxy Racer, I still don't know how they were able to get 120 points ahead. But that's going to be impressive whichever way you look at it. That's just insane stuff. But now, second page. This is where it's at. And actually, the side of ABIAH, they've been able to bar up with triple vibes.
And you know what? They've got the placement point advantage as well. So that is huge by this team. And it's actually a very phenomenal jump. Like we talk about, I can't wait because we love crunching numbers, right? So before all of this happening, this difference in point was 26. It's actually not too bad. Like, so both teams done themselves decently. So that is actually the chase of the bottom table as well. And to be fair, Triple Vibes got a win, ABIAH Esports got a win. So this is where the competitiveness comes in. Like we sometimes think teams would kind of give up, they just like play very, very scared, like when they don't really have a chance and just try to say, we just try to survive. But no, like it's very hard. Like it's very dependent on the circle. So Ra play a little bit of that style. You can see 8 or 9 first states on the player at some point, and it was not from the dead bodies of their teammates. So they were prepared to need to tank at some point. But if you start with that mentality, can you play aggressive? Like that is the issue, right? So right now, right at the bottom, definitely got points to chase. That is at 17 point difference between them and the rest. And we've only got 3 games to go. DK, that is actually looking very scary for the squad.
Yeah, it is going to be pretty scary to try and close the gaps, trying to, just get the job done. I mean, we know it's going to be a pretty exciting day, right? But the pressure is on now. Ra'ad cannot afford any mistakes. Triple Vibes cannot afford any mistakes. And the same goes for ABIAH. None of these teams, especially these 3 teams, can afford any mistakes coming into the remainder of our games here today. Of course, we only have 3 left. 2 Erangels and 1 Sanhok. But of course, speaking of which, we are going to be moving into a quick break. So be sure to stay tuned and we'll be right back with our Erangel match. See you in a short bit.
Mr. D.
Like this.
and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia Season 2. This, of course, is our final day of the third Super Weekend. But before we get into anything, of course, want to give a big shout out to Nova TV, PUBG Mobile Pro League 2021's official media partner. And of course, with upgrade performance and upgraded fun, celebrate your winning spirit with a brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile Middle East and Africa Esports in 2021. Now, Tarzan, we saw some pretty tight games already coming through in those first two matches, right? Some pretty challenging plays. But now, as we get ready to move back into Erangel for our second visit of the day and our second to last visit as well in the Super Weekend, this is going to be a pretty tough play. I mean, this is where teams would have to hope and pray that they get a decent flight path and also a very satisfying zone coming in along that. It will allow them that opportunity to get themselves set up in anticipation for that potential crazy shift coming through in the second phase.
They should be ready for anything. And if they don't have that belief, very well, wired into the head, they cannot play well. Like, that's it, right? Like, we've seen so many, players, especially who are trying to get to the level like PMPL. They always just have this almost like drop that you can feel when they see the circle being very rough to them, right? But this is not the way that you want to speak to yourself. You want to say, I can just take anything and I can make it work. And this is the game 3. They've got this game and game 5 as the two remaining Erangel games to show what they can do. Of course, this is once again close enough to what we had in game 1, but different enough to allow access to some northern parts. For example, Georgia Pole or even Cube Compound, where we can see the side of RICO Infinity allowing themselves to head towards Averni from the southern main roads.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see just where the teams will look to push. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see RICO potentially pushing all the way up in towards Averni. But it does seem like Prestige is hovering in mid-air or something. Yeah, okay. But we have the teams, of course, now just spreading out in all their respective directions. And I mean, this is going to be an interesting match. We saw a pretty crazy finish coming in towards those Pachinki fields in the first match. Now, already we have a slightly different flight path, as you rightly pointed out. But we see the players there from YaLLa and Lusail, of course, returning back to the north. Up comes the zone. Again, quite a complementary zone coming in. So I definitely think the teams would be quite satisfied with this. But now, it all comes down to how they are going to be looking to position themselves, prep themselves for that second phase, and how they then can play through the rest of this game. But of course, already we see a little bit of action unfolding right up into Watertown.
Yeah, I think that it could be, just early clash as we've seen before between these two teams. RICO Infinity want to go north. That is where iKURD actually lands, so they want all those cars. So early action, we would, expect that as well. What I don't expect, though, is what's happening in Melter Power. So SUDOR Esports going for something quite different. They are trying to get info around that southeastern side and taking away these vehicles from Ra'ad when the rest of the team is in Novo. So, wow, a lot of changes coming through. It could be, I don't know what it could be, to be fair. Like, sometimes there's so many technical things that can still, cause small missteps, but I want to believe that SK Ton has died for a different reason, so they can at least learn from it, so they can't just, blame, technology or whatnot. Obviously, this is the beautiful game that we play. Like, without it, we don't get to play. Okay, but back into talking about tempo, my favorite thing to talk about recently. What a beautiful term, right? Similar playing path. We actually see KURD squad going to the new spot, knowing that K12 is not in here. And they've got a somewhat similar phase 1 circle. So will they once again go to the same compound and set up with the same split, same plan, and with Volt holding that same tree and maybe hunting down similar teams? Like, has the side of Twisted Mind learned that? I have no idea. And I've never known that you can actually hold onto the handle of a car, and when it moves, it actually just kills you. Like, that is unfortunate. Or maybe I just missed that little bit of angle, right? It seems like it was a little bit too punishing. Like the car is burning, right? It emits certain type of radiation in what it seems like. And yes, a ready early kill going to
No.
iKURD. You know what? God's been merciful. They say, oh, you've lost 1 grand. Yeah, here you go, 1 kill. Right? Does that make them feel better? I don't know.
No, you know what that was, right? I'm looking at the replay right now, right?
Okay.
He had he stumped his toe. He stumped his toe, right? And it is excruciating pain. Right? That's what it
Yep.
was. I mean, that was the first time ever I saw a player getting knocked out by stumping his toe. But you can go back and look at the replay. That's when he stumped his toe. His foot was right there at the tire. And then he probably just got a bit tired and then poop down. I mean,
Yes,
wow.
sure. Why not? Right?
Yeah.
I mean, we are a very realistic game. Like, if you shoot someone in
Yes.
the fingernail like 20 times, is enough to kill them. Right? Like, if you want to
Yeah.
shoot them in the toe, it will be the same as well. And I can't complain. I actually enjoy it so much. Like, and the other we've seen these things on these other maps, and you know what? Like, we are after very grateful, for this game. It's
Yeah.
actually
But I mean,
like
for the
sometimes.
fingernail,
Oh
it has
yes,
to be 20 times. It has to be 20 times. Any less, it doesn't work.
oh that's
But
true.
toe
That's
stumping,
true.
1. Toe stumping is 1.
Mm.
That's all it takes. 1. It's like a one shot. Boom. Have you ever bumped your knee against a car? Or your shin?
I have a very
It
huge
hurts.
toe, maybe. Like,
So I
it
understand
depends on
the
what
pain.
you are.
It makes sense. So realistic. 100%
It's like-
convinced.
Yeah, so painful that you yell so loud that it ripped something vital inside of you. I mean, yeah, I was trying to build the next part of that same logic, and it's one of the hardest things that I have to do today. So maybe second
Yep.
hardest thing. But you know what, Kurt Squad, we talked about them before. New spot. And I think, yes, I still have that question mark there. A very pleasant question mark, in fact, because they've done something well last game. See whether they are going to go back to similar places and set up. This is actually a tad slow, but should I say maybe Twisted Mind was slower in that, previous skirmish in that first game? So we don't know. But Kurt Squad, even if they have found comfort in here, K12 will come back and contest. So they are forced back to go to some positions that they played that unfortunately led them to play in a pretty stealthy way that we have not seen much success, right? But of course, like when they get pushed away from those key positions that they love, they seem to adapt okay. So maybe that is the exact strength that they have.
Who knows? I mean, we see a much earlier rotation coming in from the players there of KURD squad, right? So we know in the first match they were able to clutch that winner chicken dinner, and I think they're going to be potentially looking to attempt the same, right? But we've seen that if teams try to bring in a kind of repeat play from what we had, just a few matches ago, the opposing teams, they've learned. They adjust.
Right.
They fix whatever went wrong. And I don't think it's going to be the same. I honestly don't. But of course, we still have to see what the teams will bring. Who knows? Maybe they surprise us. And, deja vu happens once again. Who knows? It could go either which way. But of course, Fate, they've also just played an absolutely beautiful game over on towards the ever lovely Miramar, and hopefully that kind of momentum, that morale boost they got from getting another chicken could do them, absolute fantastic favors coming into this match.
Yeah, to be fair, dealing at least an average of 1,000 damage is actually quite impressive. Like, I mean, I played enough scrim games to know that it doesn't always happen. Maybe I just lack aggression. I don't know, man. Like, but this team, when it comes to being one of the top teams, the chicken dinner rate or percentage is actually lower, like compared to, of course, like Galaxy Racer. But when we match them with RICO Infinity, is a little bit low as well. But even when we try to match them with like Lusail and some of these teams, and that is actually quite surprising. But after all, you can just say that as consistency, right? After all, they are at second place, and I still remember vividly in that season one, they actually missed the first super weekend, and because I was a noob, right? I'm still am like, but noob to the scene, newbie to the scene, okay. And I didn't know, like, I didn't know enough about the teams, and as I built that knowledge base and get closer with the community, I realized, wow, like, they are actually decent. It's also the growth through it as well. So right now, holding that spot is great to see them there. And this circle, yes, is going to be. I feel it's very hard to divine. Like, this circle, like, pretty saturated already. Like, teams are happy with this current position. It would be about reparking, to say the least. Yes, that is a very, very important thing. Knowing where the next bit of weak side come in for this new shift means that they need to protect the vehicles differently. And yes, Twisted Mind this time would say, you know what? We will go through you and around you earlier. And KURD squad, look, it's the exact same split. And that is, it's good that they try.
Yep.
And it's also good that these other teams don't give them what they've gotten for 2 times by doing the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, we've spoken about this in one of the previous days, attempting the same thing again and again, hoping for different outcome. It's not always the most sensible thing to do, but, hey, like, that's just sometimes how it goes. Unknowingly, you could be attempting the same thing. But, well, what's a little bit different now is this engagement coming in from the side of YaLLa and the players from Triple Vibes. Of course, Triple Vibes holding on to their compound. We do see Powerful up ahead, but Yusuf and Ida still all the way out in towards those headshot hills. We did see them, of course, rotating up from that western front, but now the pressure is on. And YaLLa needs to play this one so carefully. They need to bring it in quite calculated. And this is also a very important engagement for the side of Triple Vibes.
Oh, God. Man, and this is just weird, right? Like, there's no... The side of YaLLa Esports given up on going to Powerful, and the rest of the team just try to explore a different spot. Like, there is so much land that they can try to rotate to get in. But you know what? I think it could be the case. They are trying to come in to take the hillside on the south, and not knowing that there could be someone in that compound. How about just saying that I don't know instead of it looks clear? Like, I mean, in my experience in coaching, that's one of the most painful things that I see is people saying, oh, it's clear, it seems clear, whatnot. But how about doing the due diligence to find out, right? Make something so that you don't, cause trouble for yourself, but trouble is all that is for Powerful. And with no one close by as well, YaLLa Esports continue to struggle. And struggle is an understatement. Like, to be fair, it's not, once again, that's what I'm saying. It's not other taking good kills. Is they are having really bad deaths. Like, really, like, bad positioning, like some very vital mistakes here and there. And they are around a segment that you didn't have to go through so bluntly. There's so many ways to go around that. And to even wait for the next shift sometimes for those choke spots to open up, then out-rotate them. There's so many ways to play that.
Yeah, it's the unnecessary mistakes that are being made. And, unfortunately, that is just how it happens, as being part of being human, We all have these moments. I know I've had several of them, even today. But, of course, as we move into our next phase, we see actually the players from SUDOR, Real Tiger 9, and Falcons, as well as Ra'ad, being in quite a strong position within that zone. Now, the question comes as to whether or not they'll be able to defend their spot. Meanwhile, Ali, just scoping in, trying to see if he can find that angle on towards the players from Triple Vibes. But they use the opportunity now to get a little bit of distance in between themselves and the team coming in there from behind the players from iKURD, Triple. And, of course, we can see a few engagements already starting to light up the kill feed. The players here from KURD squad moving up in towards shelter. We do see Ra'ad right here alongside them. And this is actually quite an interesting split coming in from the side of Ra'ad. Coming in with a 1-1-2 split. So they're covering all these angles. ensuring that whoever looks to join them in the shelter will have a little bit of a tough time.
Well, yes, maybe. Need to see how they make that work, because after all, if you want to play dominant around here, you need to know who strikes first, how to funnel it to another person, and the person needs to, get those angles down. And sometimes when they realize they didn't have those numbers, then you just get sent inside of the shelter, and how do you even bloody get out? So Raad is trying something. I'm not quite sure whether the landscape allows them to do that efficiently, and right now it's also Twisted Mind knowing that from all these gunshots they want to make sure someone's getting punished. And KURD squad, yeah, we talked about them and their rise, but this is going to be a little bit tricky, to say the least. Like, they need to find the best time to get out of shelter, unless that is where it ends, which is highly unlikely. But it's going to be a very short amount of time that they can use it for. More towards the center, though. Key positions right here north of farm has always been very popular.
Yeah, I actually gotta say I'm liking this play coming in from Twisted Minds, though. I mean, we got Vigors and Destiny holding a beautiful angle up in that bowl. And then we see the rest of the team just holding on the offside, taking occupation of the compounds. But as we look towards the south, you can see the players here now looking to move in. Galaxy Racer, Hammodi looking to apply a bit of pressure. We do see Miramar up ahead. Azrael and the rest of the team splitting off ever so slightly, but the grenade does connect. And with that, Hammodi finds yet another knock to come on through. But now the pressure is on for the players of Triple Vibes, because if they rotate too far, we could actually see them pushing all the way through onto the side there of SUDOR, which is, well, ideally not where they want to find themselves. But, oh, nicely done, Hammodi. On fire, comes blazing on through, and with that, Triple Vibes get eliminated. Now as we move back up into the north, we can see the players here from NASR just playing on the edge, trying to find a good approach back up in towards the zone. But now that zone has shifted so far away. We've got quite a bit of ground to try and cover. And this is going to be quite an interesting position to move into. I mean, in and around this farm region, there's so many strong compounds to take occupation of, but all these ridges and hills make for some pretty interesting positions.
Yeah, and yes, very tricky one, to be fair, like, especially for the teams going through that northern side. I mean, they know that the north of farm Plateau is strong, right? So if they don't want to challenge Plateau like directly, it's about going wide. But some of these compounds are very controlling, like around farm. It has very good sight lines. And if you don't find the best time to go, like, it's so hard to find a place to call home. Like, whether it's a resettable type of path is hard to say as well. You can see probably Fate is on that map right there on the southeastern side. They're just staying away from the sight lines of these teams, right? So it's about whether they can make use of that to knowing when to play stealthy or whatnot. But neutral fights is, of course, very, very common. You can see these teams avoiding the direct entry from that and will want to come in from this eastern side, and that will be neutral fights breaking out. Not anyone getting sprayed down yet. No, NASR will get one. That is where Art struggling continuously.
Oh, but I gotta say, this is a strong play coming in from Anas. Yes, he did move up. Oh, trying to get himself isolated. So far managing to hold on, but Fate looking to strike into the side there of Raad as Munir now gets taken down, and it is up to Desha to make the final play. But Anas, we've seen the solos come in and bring in some pretty destructive gameplay. And I mean, we know RICO Infinity, they're a team that are really capable of holding their own, you know, fighting the good fight. But of course, Anas is going to be put to the test. Galaxy Racer are going to try and hold on to this northern position, just looking to gatekeep it a little bit. Meanwhile, we do see the players there from Raad, of course, getting eliminated. But now the pressure is on as ABIAH. They're trying to wrap around the potential threat up ahead. We see coming in from the players of Twisted Minds, KURD squad, as well as Galaxy Racer. But this is just so chaotic. So many players up ahead. Oh, and KURD squad, they actually pick up a kill along the way. Twisted Minds.
Well, I mean, this is great response by them, and this is personal, right? Like what happened earlier in that first game, Twisted Minds trying to twist it around and controlling this pocket well, and it's great. For now, it's about what's the next thing to do. They've been playing so loud. SUDOR will definitely keep their eyes around. Galaxy Racer likes playing sweep as well. So by Twisted Mind playing so loud there, they need to think about what's the next thing. The blue zone can save them. ABIAH get pushed away as the only team that approach the northern edge directly. They get punished so hard. Galaxy Racer will not allow you to do that. And look at the shift. Man, DK, this is mental. It's about who can get there first, who have already prepared for this type of stuff, and who says it's go time straight away.
Oh, well, Galaxy Racer definitely trying to put quite a bit of a stop into the rotation coming in for the players there from Twisted Minds. But the zone, as we saw now, just shifting all the way down to that far southern side is going to make for a really difficult rotation for many of these teams. Yes, we do have already a few teams positioned within the zone, that being Falcons, the real Tiger 9, and the players coming in from the side there of Cryptics. But the rest of the lobby, they still have to try and cram themselves in there. Lusail, of course, moving in from that western side. But now as we look to the zone, we can see SUDOR coming to crash on in Fate. It's capitalizing on their position, finding the first hit up into Katan. Now it is up to the rest of the team there from SUDOR to hold on. But with that, of course, they find the angle on towards Anas. Down he goes. Plays here from Galaxy Racer, making a quick rush in as well. Bumping right into the side of Falcons. Falcons, of course, be quick to react, managing to fend them off, striking down onto both the players they had there. But now the pressure is on as the rest of Galaxy Racer needs to try and make that play. We see Freak holding up in the distance, but down he goes. It is up to Rauf now. He is up close and personal with the Falcons. Jumps out the window. This could be the play for Rauf. Manages to evade the damage for the time being, but unfortunately a grenade went straight through the window. Falcons cooking up these nades. They want to try and blaze on through, and with that it backfires. Down goes Never Alone. KWT now all on his own. Galaxy Racer can capitalize on this opportunity. Looking to move in, clean it out, and find a few more kills. Falcons haven't found any just yet, but the pressure is on. Will KWT survive? We can hear the nades, we can hear the shots. Oh, and down they go. But up comes the players from iKURD Triple looking to crash the party. Wow, Rauf and Lord barely making it up, but up comes even more hits. Down goes Rawan, down goes Helma and Kalaga. Left to try and defend.
I don't know what to say. It's about every small mechanics right there. Low toss, everything, timing, third party, first person peek, and how that is iKURD missing the window. The plan was a third party, but it's not quite there. But fourth party, fifth party, completely possible from this compound. On this northwestern edge, we may not have a survivor to go into this late game.
I mean, this is just one big party looking at the chaos. Everything being smoked up. Galaxy Racer down to 3. iKURD down to 3. The pressure is on. Kalaga, of course, trying to alleviate a little bit of the pressure coming in from the side of NASR, who we see off in the distance. There we go. Finds a few sprays. Nothing too crazy just yet. But they can't slip up. You cannot forget about the pressure coming in. Oh, there we go. Down goes Kalaga. Hamori gets knocked as well. So many teams up ahead. Both Galaxy Racer and iKURD Triple need to be so careful. But of course, the spray is coming through on towards NASR. NASR looking to show a little bit of dominance on the edge of zone. Down goes Rauf. A beautiful play from Rawan within the vehicle. Next level craziness coming through. Helm end about to go down. Oh, Kalaga can't get the res on end. The pressure is on. iKURD Triple could potentially get taken out by either Galaxy Racer or the players coming in from Lusail. Same going for Twisted Mind. The pressure is on Hamori.
Wait, what?
To wrap around. There we go. Finds the confirm. But up comes even more utilities. Down they go as well. Come on. What is going on? Everyone just getting taken out left, right, and center. Lusail, everyone. It is just like shot upon shot upon shot. It is absolutely crazy. And now, only 5 teams remain.
Well, I mean, I don't know what to say. Like, you pick that type of spot, it's unresettable. And you can see teams just trying to strike from left, right, and center everywhere. Lusail got a god compound, to be fair. Like, I don't know whether they can win off that, though. Like, teams know that they are there. They're not trying to give them anything from that spot, and these teams still yet to find a place to establish that control. The Cryptics been staying in that spot still, and the blue is now closing. So from that hardcover, let's see whether they can smoothly translate and coming into the more middle zone. But that is going to be NASR out, unfortunately. RT9, the glimmer, should I say the glamour that we have, rarely seen, and they are now in this late game as a full squad.
Well, this has been so crazy. So many teams. Every time we come into Erangel, it is absolute insanity coming into these late few phases. But of course, as we can see, 4 teams remain. We see the side of SUDOR down on 1. Al-Shamri, the last remaining hopeful, 7 kills on board as a team collectively. Cryptics and Lusail sitting on 1 shot apiece. No. And with that, a beautiful spray down comes through from Senke. But now, will Real Tiger be able to avenge? No! Down goes Kapayaksi. Lazy Boy gets picked up. This is now the cue for Cryptics to try and move in, but Senke also now goes down. Jigsaw and Ramp trying to make a bit of a stand. They still have to rotate back up into zone. The zone is shifted up in favor of Lusail, as well as our last remaining player for the side of SUDOR. But the pressure is on for Real Tiger. And of course, the players coming in there from Cryptics. They need to try and find their path back in with that Real Tiger. Oh, get hit.
Oh, no.
Come on. Shot upon shot coming through. Boyka sneaking up the edge. Up comes Marshall, looking to send the grenade all the way across. Will it reach? It's going to be pretty close. Salam keeping a very watchful eye, just fishing through the smoke for those hit markers. Out comes the DB28. Slow one tap. Lazy Boy inching his way in. Oh, but the blue zone is closing up. The pressure is on. The teams are now being forced to make a decision. Zeko being left behind. Jigsaw looking to rush on in, but there's so many players up ahead looking to get him caught up in the crossfire. As he gets taken down, it is up to Ramk. Oh, trying to inch his way forward back into zone. But Lusail defending their position, as you said, a golden compound. Oh, down goes Marshall. Down goes Lazy Boy. So close. Oh, but the hits flying back up towards Rip. El Chapo keeping a very low position here, keeping a watchful eye, looking to see if you can find that opening onto Lusail, but Lusail still has a full squad. SUDOR and Tiger down to 1, but SUDOR steps up, finds the spray, and creates a bit of opening into the side there of Cryptics. The pressure is on Ramp. Gets spotted out in the bush. Will we see Salam strike down? It's the last remaining hopeful. Oh, down goes Senke. This could be the game for Lusail. They are looking so strong. Al Chapo gets spotted. The hits come through. Down he goes. It is now up to Al-Shamri to try and bring it in. The last remaining player standing between the full squad of Lusail and that winner chicken dinner. $1,000 up for grabs. Who's going to take it? The grenade's getting sent out on point. And oh, beautiful finish. They went out with a bang. That is the way you finish a match. Well done, well played, Lusail. That was amazing.
Yeah, you know what? Circle went to them. This is one of the hardest zone bless that I've seen in a while. Like, for this tournament as well, like with the given landscape and all that stuff. But let's not forget that they were a North Georgiable team, slowly just coming in, playing off the off-center position. But yeah, like, it's not easy to wrap it up. You know, we always know that people can peek too far, peek too long, and they can lose their position. But that was great for them, and quite a bit more richer, I would say, after that game. $1,000 to their pocket, and we only got 2 more games, and the next one, once again, we have hot drops potentially coming in. We don't know, so wink YaLLa Esports need to make this one count, because it's probably their last hot drop of the tournament. Not the tournament, for the Super Weekend.
Yeah. Speaking about wink, right? It is time to wink, get into our match rankings to see how many points the teams were able to bring in. And of course, Lusail sitting on a very comfortable 21 points. SUDOR coming in on 20 points. Of course, the players there from Cryptics coming in on 14. And Real Tiger and NASR coming in with 13 apiece. But of course, NASR and Galaxy Racer as well as SUDOR, playing some pretty strong games there. But I mean, gotta say, Lusail, they just played that position to almost perfection there.
Mm. And you know what? Like that is a very, very strong spot. And teams should know which farm compound they should take if they are allowed to, right? Of course, there's like previous shifts to consider and all that, but like as a pro player, you should know the pros and cons of every single compound at this point. And Lusail got one that was very strong against North and Northeast, and so they took it. And but the rest of the table, we've got quite a few teams that really need to get into some action. You can see Rad and ABIAH not getting anything there. So for the tables to stay static, it's actually very bad for Ra'ad at this point. And FalconsEsport also a team that of course made a huge statement in the second week. Week 3 league play not too bad either, but they are not having the best day. But so it's still a big question mark there. And YaLLa Esports, I just don't know what to say, like for this squad. And I mean, we've been being harsh, but it's also just old issues as well. It's like we've seen something from last season. Many of the teams that had the experience of playing the PMPL season 1 have made progress, when YaLLa, in fact, are just stuck somewhere, as well as the mentality to keep hot dropping against some other teams. Like, yes, fine, if that's what you want to do, okay. But if we are talking about going to the finals, then you need to have more than one of that plan, right? That is not, that can take away two out of 5 games, right? Like you hot drop on 2 maps against someone. So do you only play rotational game in Erangel? Can you always come out of that alive? Like, do you know how it feels to have big rotations in Sanhok and Miramar as 4 alive members? Like, that is also not good when it comes to practice of the team, arguably.
Yeah, that is, and it's going to be a thing that they need to definitely pay some close attention to. But of course, speaking about attention, Tarzan, we are going to be looking at our MVPs, the players that brought quite a bit to the table. It is going to be Salam coming in for the side there of Lusail, finishing strong on 5 kills, 626 damage. Hamori coming in from the side of Galaxy Racer, 5 kills and 711 damage. And then, of course, Ali for iKURD triple coming in with, well, triple kills and 719 damage dealt. So again, some pretty impressive numbers coming through. But again, we need to have a look at our overall standings, as we need to see who is bringing in the movement and the shaking coming into this leaderboard. So, of course, we see the players from Falcons actually now moving on in. So they're getting moved from 7th place down to 8th. But, of course, Cryptics looking to push their way up a little bit further. So not a lot of changes really happening on this first page. Again, the attention is being drawn to that second page, but that is where we'll see the players coming in from the side of Lusail, who we just had with that lovely winner chicken dinner. Actually, their 5th one for the Super Weekends. So some pretty decent plays coming in. But of course, we look to see what that second page holds. And yeah, we've been seeing quite a bit of back and forth coming in between the players there of Triple Vibes, ABIAH, and Ra'ad. Ra'ad, of course, having a bit of a tough game in the previous one. Triple Vibes now managing to move back up again, 3 points ahead of the side there of ABIAH. But we still have 2 games to go. As you pointed out, next up is going to be the Sanhok. It's going to be a map that allows itself that opportunity in which teams can get quite aggressive. But we also see the players here from SUDOR actually just, looking to increase their position. They were trailing behind YaLLa, but after this match, bringing in 20 points, they just get that lovely jump up ahead. And now YaLLa is going to be the entry point team. But fortunately, Triple Vibes and ABIAH, they are still some ways away. Not quite sure if they'll be able to close the gap in the next 2 games, but I'm pretty sure they're going to put in those efforts to try and bring it. And of course, as we can see, Ra'ad currently trailing behind by 20 points behind the side of Triple Vibes. And if they want to catch up to ABIAH, they need at least a minimum of about 19 points more than ABIAH can find in these 2 remaining games.
And they know that, right? Like we know that they have the info like within servers, like on the stream to know that they need to make that count. And here comes the thing, right? It's almost like playing an edge style. There's only one thing that you need to focus on mostly, which is this thing in front of you, this fight, this direction. Ignore what's behind. They need to play the best edge mentality. And I want to see how they really form a game plan around that. I do not want to see, like just taking. I don't know. Sanhok is different, but like on these big maps, not just trying to run away from fights here and there. Like, is there something else they can pull out of their pocket? I don't know. Like sometimes we talk about like coaching and all these, team dynamics. What can you possibly achieve like from one conversation? That is one of the hardest things. That's why leadership skills and all these are extremely important to be able to swing the team spirit into the right headspace in the matter of minutes is very, very important, very important asset within these teams, and we definitely need one of those for a team like Ra'ad if they want to come in strong. Cannot only rely on luck. It's gonna be a heartbreak, right? Like if they made it, if they don't make it after a ranked 1 league play in week 3. We've seen everything in this PMPL Arabia, DK.
Well, speaking about seeing everything, we have to see what Sanhok has in store for us. So that, of course, means we are going to be jumping into a quick break. So be sure to stay tuned. We'll be back in a short few minutes with some more PUBG Mobile action.
Mr. DJ.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia Season 2. This is the last day of Super Weekend and we are getting ready to move into our second last match of the day. Of course, we're going to be heading straight over in towards a little bit of Sanhok action. My name is DK. With me is Professor Tarzan. And of course, we want to give a big shout out to Nono Live, PUBG Mobile Pro League 2021's official media partner. Now, Tarzan, Sanhok is going to be where it's at. It's going to be a lot of aggression. It's going to be a lot of confined spaces to fight in, potentially even maybe a little bit claustrophobic. Well, that's what I'm hoping for. But of course, we need to see what the teams are going to do and who's going to be the teams to step up and deliver in the second to last game.
Yep, I think they are kind of three parts of the map that I like to look at. One, yes, of course, boot camp. Let's just start with that one. The two teams that could hot drop, they have been playing this chess game. They pull away. Sometimes they just fight it out. Mid-range, long-range, close range. We've seen it all with Real Tiger 9 always trying to come in from the southern side. That's one. Number two, we've seen the Falcons and the Lusail dynamics on the Northwest Island. That has been very interesting. And the Falcons drop closer to those shoreline, which hasn't always been to the advantage because they just, I don't know about the split. I don't know how they guarantee it, but yes, those hillside can be very strong, especially if we happen to be blessed by a Northwestern Circle. Not the players, they absolutely hate it. I know that for a fact. Number 3 out of 3, when it comes to pocket, it would be around Southwest Island. I think Camp Charlie with Fate around there, and still a very slow rotating Sanhok team, which we don't expect from a Galaxy Racer. But they have made something work. They know how to thread the needle. We saw it yesterday, avoided the whole, issue with Corey, and then played Eastern approach, quick crash upon next shift, and then got it done. And so a few spots here, of course, there's always more, like RICO Infinity controlling, Paradise Resort. So yes, that's me. See, I've done some homework. And of course, I need to. And for this one, that is the scene set. And we are ready to go, DK. The last Sanhok game of the Super Weekend of PMPL Arabia Season 2.
Ooh, and of course we are coming in from that western side, looking to move in, but I'm quite curious to see what that zone is going to present as the team's already starting to drop on down. And you've actually pointed out that rotation coming in from Galaxy Racer. We always see a slight bit of a delayed rotation coming in from them. They kind of like to ride that blue zone through into the next phase. I don't think we've ever really seen them rotate up ahead of the blue. But so far, it's actually been working out quite favorably for them. We usually see them kind of trying to move up, depending, of course, on where the zone goes. But they normally go for a little bit more of an eastern approach. And now, especially with the zone moving so far back up to the north, yeah, it's going to be a pretty tough one. But this could actually be quite favorable for the side of Lusail and Falcons, potentially.
Could be. I think it's about whether the sort of vibes make something out of that position, right? Because they can literally expand, loot a little bit of coastline, come back, stop any rotation coming from Hartin and the bridge. Also, just take that coast compound that's ever so strong to fight the other side, and also the shoreline along from the south. But yes, it's great to wrap this back up. I mean, it's personal, it's his ego, it's his hot, very, very hot. YaLLa have got the first round today, and that is in Saint Martin, but seems like they are en route to taking the third one. Or should I say the second win out of 3? And here we go, just quick.
Ooh.
Wow, that is unexpected.
Yeah, that was, well, you said it, that was quick. That's exactly what it was. They moved in so swiftly, really putting a quick halt to the side there of Twisted Minds. But now as we look onto Ragnarok, he's trying to get a bit of a confirm across the hill up on towards Kapayaksi. Unfortunately, we do see the pressure play coming through from the side there of ABIAH. And again, this is going to be a very important game for ABIAH. Yes, they are currently sharing, well, kind of in a very similar spot, rather, to the players there from Triple Vibes. There's only those 3 points separating the two teams, and I'm curious to see what's going to happen. Whether or not we're going to see that play come through from Ra'ad, because as we know, they're trailing behind by quite a few points. But of course, this is going to be an absolutely essential one. It's going to be quite sad if Ra'ad is not able to pull it together and just bring in that performance. But at the end of the day, only one team, or rather only two teams of the three can make it through into the top 16. So if you don't step up, that's unfortunately the fate. That is what it's going to be. And speaking of fate, we see them actually taking aim towards the players there from Real Tiger 9. Meanwhile, RICO Infinity are going to be moving around in their home turf over in towards the ever lovely Paradise Resort. So now they are in Paradise.
Yeah, oh, they are for sure, with the circle as well. But this is the question, right? Do they hold within the main Paradise Resort, or play off some of their favorite hills to just to the south of it, just so they get to clear out some of these teams using that power position? Like, so that is, for us to find out. And of course, Real Tiger 9 just caught slipping a little bit there. And to be fair, I love the split from Fate. They're not all in when it comes to Camp Charlie. They've seen enough vaults to know that they can expand and split across the other side, right? So they can keep some eyes out for some of these other teams trying to rotate close to Pioneer. They can have an easier sight line, already preparing that whole route towards maybe the Quarry area. And Ra'ad, I think this is very fair. It's actually probably the best way to stay alive from the position. A Tambang team don't have to go through Trivector and Bootcamp, shouldn't go through Northwestern Hot Island, because Falcons and Lusail can just be there. And to go all the way around a clockwise rotation and arrive onto the northern shoreline wouldn't be a bad shout. And to be fair, that is the right thing to do, only if you can do it quick enough. And they are on par with the tempo required.
Yeah. But I'm curious to see where exactly it is they're going to look to come ashore. Is it going to be over towards Hatin? Are they going to look to shoot a little bit further away over towards Cal potentially? Or maybe somewhere in between? We'll have to look and see just how long the fuel actually lasts for them. Meanwhile, we see the players here from KURD squad, of course, just making their way on through. Not really pushing up onto the hilltops just yet, but we do see them moving a little bit closer in direction of the lovely Paradise Resort. But I'm curious to see what's going to happen. I mean, are we going to see RICO Infinity actually getting challenged here? Because we do also still have the players, well, we had the players there from YaLLa dropping over in towards Bootcamp, but now they have that whole region to themselves. And I'm also curious to see what the Falcons are going to be doing. They came in with a very, very split drop in this match.
Interesting point. Very, very interesting point. And I think it's also just, like for them to answer by how they are going to play. The key thing should be about crossing that bridge, right? Like, I think it's about time. That is pretty important, to just go over earlier instead of later, because we think about where the other teams could be on the other side. Triple Vibes can just stay here and farm a few teams, but that is pretty textbook. Once again, we talk about the teams not being given what they aim to get because it's too textbook. This position, if they play it well, or should I say, based on how some of these teams been playing and scouting or crashing so boldly, if they find the best time to strike, it should be some easy kill or two, to say the least.
It could be. And I mean, another team we see now looking to find a few kills is the side here of the Real Tiger 9. Moving up alongside the coastline, rotating out of that trifecta. But YaLLa also now rotating up a little bit further north. I like this rotational path from them, actually. I mean, they dropped in bootcamp. They got a few points on board already, 4 kills, and now they get ready to move up a little bit further. Smoking things up. I'm not quite sure what the point of that smoke was, but hey, each to their own. That could actually, if the players there from Triple Vibes were a little bit closer, I think that could have potentially been a bit of a threat, actually, for the side of YaLLa, as they could be giving away their position. But now, as we look all the way back over in towards a little bit of a kampong here, you see the players from NASR. They also dropped quite south towards that whole Camp Charlie kind of position, but rotating along that eastern coast. Curious to see where exactly they're aiming to go. Potentially maybe Camp Bravo or Bun, as we saw a few teams already using that Bun region as a kind of transitional point to get into the north. But now we have the players here from iKURD. Ooh, focusing on Ra'ad. So we know where Ra'ad eventually came on in very far north, but Dalhab now gets picked up.
Well, is the correct preparation, right? Like you know that teams can come in from this side just very okay, this is bad. This is very, very bad, and then it's also pretty big brain by some of these other teams. Like they know what they need to hold down, what this zone means to some of these teams, forcing them to go for wide rotations or whatnot. And Munir's still trying to push his luck. And it's down to these smallest things. Just leave right now. If you don't, like this is not that type of revive that you go for. The pinch can come in soon. The time has been burnt. Here comes the pressure, and this can just be it for the squad for this tournament.
Oh, yeah, and Ra'ad find themselves in a very difficult spot. They've got the players from iKURD on the one side and as well as KURD squad on the other end. But now they need to be so careful. Kalaga right there alongside them. Waiting to see if you can find that angle. Sadat also cooking up the nade, but it's down to Sadat and Munir. The first nade from Sadat, finding a bit of damage on towards Kalaga. Unfortunately, not getting the knock just yet. Helm End also holding that off angle position. A good, decent approach coming in. Could be quite favorable, actually, for them. But now the pressure is on Sadat. Just looking to gather information. Make an informed decision. There's so much pressure coming in.
Well, I mean, that is basically GG, I think. They are doing all the basics right here, making sure that they get it through. Sadat, like, I don't know, like, of course, with the angles of the ridge as well, there's no way to come through. I think they have lost hope at this point. I mean, I can see they try to make that wide rotation, but you need to come in onto particular parts that gives you more options. Yes, we could see Falcons were quick to take away like the first bit of that northern coastline. We know Cryptics go very far north, so it's not easy to come in as well. But then just wait for it. Like you can go so far out that because they are trying to play survival anyway, stay in the water in that boat so far that people can't see you. If it does come back in to mainland, enter when teams are worried about their own position, so they leave that edge open, right? Like they need to go south anyway, then slowly make a way in, and maybe you've got all your meds already, then play med strat. Not the biggest problem. We've seen in the past something 30-40 first 8. We've got a barn finish in PMGC, and someone was healing in Tambang, got second place. What can you say? Nothing. Like it could be down to these type of game plan, but they are just stuck halfway and then just maybe forgetting about some key data. And the further they rotate, meaning more time that is going to take, the more time it's going to take, there's a higher chance for a team to come in and already make the rotations on foot on land.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see. I mean, we know Sanhok is a map that allows for a lot of those on-foot rotations to come through. We don't really see a lot of vehicles being utilized all that often. SUDOR, yes, they did rotate up with the vehicle, trying to push in. But now, as they hold on to the compound, so many teams in the vicinity. And actually, they have the side of ABIAH right here behind them. So M7 and the rest of the team just playing the edge. M7, of course, now doing the due diligence. There we go. Good to see that being implemented. And so far, it seems like he is about to give the go-ahead for the rest of the team to try and move into the zone. Of course, this is second phase, about to move into the third phase. But SUDOR keeping a very, very watchful eye on that exact ridge line. So it's going to be interesting to see definitely what ABIAH will do, looking to push back up in towards the zone, and whether or not the players from SUDOR are actually going to try to just hang around. Meanwhile, we do see Nabor here from NASR actually now getting caught in the blue. This is an interesting position to see them in.
Yeah, I mean, both NASR and Galaxy Racer wants to avoid some of these early, very textbook, gatekeeping or whatnot. Then they are trying to just grab meds, a lot of meds. They all got cars, like 4 cars, and so they can try to make this transition into the crash, right? But this is starting to get a little bit too painful. Phase 4 is about to take them at least 3 first aids per person and 2 boosts to get back to the level of HP that they need. Like they should be idealistically around Barn right now to be able to go further, but they are just taking their time. And yes, there's so many split compounds, of course, that is possible for this map. But this is still just a little bit too much. I feel like it's about transitioning back into a more, conservative style, unless they literally all carry like 10 first days. Like otherwise, that is still a little bit of a bad tempo. It worked for them, but just don't go too far. Would be my point here.
Well, who knows? I mean, we've seen some of these players come in with insane numbers of meds. But of course, a team that's going to be in need of some of those meds will be the side of NASR, as iKURD Triple looks to apply the bit of pressure. Miracle holding up alongside Helm End. But Helm End is pretty isolated from the rest of the teams, of course, now allowing Miracle to find a little bit of spray down in towards the rest of the players as they get ready to move on in. But Miracle needs to be so careful. NASR, yes, they've wrapped all the way around up into the north, but the pressure is on. Miracle goes down a Helm End, finds a beautiful spray. Oh, there we go. NASR now looking to move in. If they act quick enough, they can find those shots up in towards Helm End and just alleviate a little bit more of the pressure. Up comes the rush. There we go. He gets caught with a nade in hand. Now they need to evade the damage. No, but down they go. The hits coming through from Kalaga off on the side.
I mean, it's about time. I've been looking at the minimap all that time, thinking, how are they going to salvage this? They made this split, so I assume that they know that this can happen and they have a plan for it. So now they are getting the reset. iKURD's a little bit late to this. Ali played off angle and finally got picked up. So it's going to be one man down because Hellman, there's no way for him to get out. So yes, the split, the thought is there, but the execution is actually just hard. It's not even just their fault, it's a landscape. So wow. And YaLLa continue to have some bad times. Yes, I mean, they had a good start, but we need a lot more. And that is still 15 squads in the lobby.
Well, fortunately for YaLLa, Ida did reposition, heading back into zone, setting up a good anchor point. And now it's going to be the essential point, as that is going to be the only front for them to fight off of. Meanwhile, we see a few more engagements finding their way on through, but all these teams just getting pushed further and further closer together up in towards the north. And of course, a nice section of that being water. But we see over on that western side, the players from Lusail starting their approach back up in towards the zone. Vibes holding their position. That's where they dropped. That's where they've been for the past few phases. Now looking to just dominate a little bit more in the zone, shifting up in favor of Paradise, and it moves up potentially in favor of RICO Infinity and also the players there from Fate. They're looking fairly decent. I would not be surprised if Fate were looking to show a bit of dominance and, you know, just to flex a bit on the compounds they have in their possession.
Yep, I mean, this circle is just terrible for some of these teams. I can't imagine the distance that Galaxy Racer has traveled. It's actually pretty insane. Okay, of course, this is where Triple Vibe's been waiting all game, right? They played this position for this type of fights. This is where they should shine, but somehow something's not quite there yet. The good thing is Framer getting the next entry onto that western side of that compound, and Toxin's trying to go wide. So there is a timeline for this, of course, because we can have more than one team crashing to that compound shared by Freeman. So this is the thing. They're trying to do two things at the same time. Freeman needs to buy time. He is found. He is almost not. He is knocked. And now Vibes got no entry.
Yeah, the pressure is on. It is up to Cryptics to try and just show a little bit more control. Hold on to this edge. But Vibe, they just swooping on in. One shot. Almost comes flying off the hill. He's got his flippers ready, so he's ready to go for a bit of a splash should it be required. But El Chapo, meanwhile, will find the confirm. Cryptics holding strong. I mean, they've been playing a really strong game so far here today. But now with the zone sitting down into the south, this is where it's going to be quite challenging. And I mean, Vibes, they have the potential to be a thorn in the side of a few of the teams, especially over on towards this western side. But they need to just hold on to the position. We can see the players there from Real Tiger holding up in towards the far southern edge. But with Cryptics alongside them, I mean, Cryptics is going to be a definite threat for Triple Vibes.
Cryptics been playing phenomenal PUBG today. Like the level of confidence is definitely there. Yes, they could have taken a chicken dinner, to be fair, in that game one, but it's like since then they have been playing confidently. To be fair, they have been playing proactively like ever since. It's just some small things that they didn't know where to guard the line to, so that it's actually smart and not just pure aggression, right? And we're waiting for this next shift, and it's actually quite fascinating to see how some of these teams actually were able to maneuver themselves through. And this is the type of high risk, high reward. Maybe 3 in the car, now only 1, and there will be 0 very soon. And that is the case. Ra'ad also eliminated alongside iKURD triple, and that means both teams will only get 1 placement point.
Oh, that is very unfortunate. But of course, well, we now still have 11 teams remaining. Falcons looking to move in from the north, keeping a very watchful eye while moving up. We see Galaxy Racer also just up ahead. It's going to be a pretty tough play. Galaxy Racer, they were in the previous phase, but now as it shifted up once again, they find themselves still having a bit of a challenge to get back up into zone. KURD squad up ahead as well. Here we go. The blue zone is closing in. The hands are being forced. Aram trying to pick up a few sprays along the way, but he needs to focus on that blue zone as well, not to get too distracted. YaLLa getting eliminated. See Galaxy Racer making a quick dash forward. The spray down comes through. Falcons hard on their heels, but Aram looking to capitalize on the rotations. Beautiful spray down coming in. Bomba now going to be looking to move in. But Lazy Boy and Marshall just up ahead. The pressure is on KWT. Meanwhile, will get taken down. Oh, the Thirst about to find its way on through. But the Molly comes swooping in from the side there of Bomba. Now, oh, Senke gets spotted. Bomka is on a roll. Come on, he moves in. Will he get the spray? No, El Chapo gets the hit. Down he goes. It is up to Marshall and El Chapo. Marshall making a dash for that zone. Looking to set up that gatekeep up ahead. It's definitely a position he could pull it off in. And of course, we see the players there from KURD squad now meeting their end as the blue zone swoops on through. Oh, Falcons feeling the pressure. Cryptics also now coming under quite a bit of pressure from the blue. But up comes Last, trying to run through. Could he find a good play? Not quite sure. It's going to be so tough. He's focusing on the health. There we go. Will he be able to pull it off though? It's going to be quite a bit of ground to cover, but up ahead, the entrance back into zone is blocked by the side of RICO Infinity, and of course the players coming in from Cryptics.
I mean, this is a good amount of first aids to maybe get him to top 5. And we look at the amount of teams now in the blue is actually crazy. It's actually crazy because the compounds inside the circle is just too strong. No one wants to go into proximity. Look at Fate just trying to grab. Ragnarok goes out of the circle and make sure that he gets everyone as well. It is now about who transition into heal strat better. And right here, ABIAH, they made it into top 6. That might be it. That might be them done. But you know what? That is still very, very important for this squad. And they can actually probably just kick out Ra'ad by themselves.
Well, the potential is there, but of course now, oh, RICO Infinity comes in with a bit of a play. Ragnarok comes in with a DBS though. Just being a bit of a bully on the edge, but Real Tiger 9 finding the spray down onto RICO Infinity. 3 teams remain. It is Fate. It is a Real Tiger 9, and it is going to be the side of Falcons. But of course, Falcons last now, just getting caught by the blue. Zeko just trying to surf the edge. Trying to make sure no one is up ahead. No surprises. Fate holding over on towards that eastern side. Have not found their way into zone just yet. But Lath, of course, now getting ready to smoke it up alongside the rest of the team. Up comes the rush. They just need to make it to the opposite end of the road. Some pretty strong rocks up ahead. Real Tiger also just holding on. They do have a little bit of elevation working in their favor, but out comes the nades. Come on, is it going to find it all the way across? Fate Could be in a little bit of a compromising position with that. Reef gets taken down, and now, of course, the favor gets turned as Ramp goes down as well. Zeko and Jigsaw are left to try and defend. But up comes the spray. Ramp gets confirmed. Jigsaw looking to move in. Zeko keeping a very watchful eye as well. Up comes the nade. Will it be able to reach? Inching his way forward. Lath holding in the smoke. Isawi moving up for some reinforcements behind Ragnarok and Reef. Up comes the grenade. Come on, is it going to reach? Oh, look at it.
Oh, yes!
What is happening? Oh, up they go in flames. And now it is all down to Lath to try and hold on.
1v1.
Beautiful plays coming in from Real Tiger 9. But Lath is pretty exposed out in the open, trying to make a run for zone. Zeko hard on his heels, quick to react. A bit of strafing the blue zone right there on his heels. Will he be able to get it done? It is a 1v1.
Oh, no,
Real Tiger. Zeko. Oh, it takes a few hits. Up comes Lath. He's got the health bar. Jump shot. And down he goes. Fate take the winning play there. 9 kills and a beautiful winner chicken dinner on board. That was insane, but pure PUBG action.
That ending was just mad. Like, it could well be a $1,000 worth 1v4 by Zeko.
Yeah.
We know the mistake was made. He was not confident enough. He took that last, he could see he landed enough shots with a headshot, and the target was pinched between the blue and behind the rock. He went for the revive that allowed the info to be passed back to the teammates from Fate, so they say they are stuck in the animation of revive. That's the time when they got that reset and come in and take the 1v1. Not just that, but there is a teammate keeping him stuck. You know, like, it's these small moments, man. And that is where the brightest players shine, with clarity in the head, with the ability to stay calm, with, you know, the execution coming clean, like high conversion into the actual execution of mechanics, not being stuck, not sweaty, not shaking, and all that stuff. And Fate takes the second chicken dinner of the day.
Absolutely beautiful, beautiful plays. But of course, let's jump into our match rankings to see how many points the teams were able to bring on through. Fate sitting on a very comfortable 24 points, 9 kills on board. And again, this is one of those situations where the teams that are go up against Fate in these last phases have a bit of a stumble, they have a bit of a fumble, and unfortunately they lose out. Fate steps up and just claims those wins. They claim the chickens, and this was their second easy win. Well, not easy, but, you know, it was still a beautiful, beautiful win coming through nonetheless. And of course, the players there from Falcons finishing in third place with 17 kills, or 17 points in total, 7 kills on board. You see Cryptics also showing up once again, 6 kills. So some really strong aggression coming in from the side of Cryptics. I'm really, really satisfied with their performance so far today. Good play, good strategies. But of course, we look onto the second page. This is where we see the players from Ra'ad, as well as the team there from Triple Vibes, not really getting the necessary points on board. But you got to say, though, ABIAH, they finished strong on 7 points. You know, so I wouldn't be surprised if ABIAH ended the day off smiling. Ra'ad not having the best day.
Not having the best tournament either, to be fair, with what they've done this Super Weekend. Not just this one, just this tournament. It doesn't feel like they've improved from the previous season. They are still playing some styles that are very reactive. And reactive is good, but you need to have, you know, your options are like ready so that you know which plan you're going for when you get your, you know, go sign, right? So it didn't come through. And with this, the whole organization, which is also basically as, you know, long-standing as the whole team of Galaxy Racer and the organizations, or same as YaLLa Esports, this RAR team will not be able to come back or just invite it back, because like when it comes to the ranking, they are not good enough. They can only bring like finalists back in. So if there's anything, they need to start where from PMCO and slowly work their way back. And it's extremely, you know, hard to maybe get it back in, because especially if you only have 1 or 2 spots. But yeah, like, I mean, it's probably a good wake up call for the organization to know like where to go from here.
Well, it's unfortunate, but of course, that is just the way it is. And now, as we move into our MVPs, we can see Jigsaw for Real Tiger 9 coming in with 6 kills, 784 damage. See Ragnarok there for the side of Fate coming in with 3 kills and 463 damage dealt. And Bomba for Falcons with 5 kills and 407 damage on the board. So again, some pretty impressive numbers coming in for the side of Sanhok, but we need to see what impressive movements we have on our overall standings as we make our way in once again. Of course, this has been our 44th match. And again, not a lot of movement happening on this first page, but that is kind of to be expected, as the teams have already put in quite a bit of hard work to secure themselves on this first page. The only change we really see there is the players from iKURD now getting moved down into 7th, where they were formerly in 5th. And then, of course, KURD Squad and Cryptics just jumping up, filling the gap. So, yeah, not a lot of movement coming in here. But, of course, we need to look onto our second page to see what that holds for us. Of course, the players there from Fate slowly inching their way up, already now sitting on 400, only now 101 points behind, not 120 anymore. So definitely, you know, a little bit of a gap closure coming through there. But as we look onto the second page, we see the players from Lusail maintaining that 9th position. NASR now actually getting moved down into 11th, where they were formerly in 10th, of course, swapping places with Real Tiger. SUDOR now sitting up in towards that 12th place, just a few points ahead of KURD 12. And then, of course, YaLLa, ABIAH, and Triple Vibes sitting in 14th, 15th, and 16th place, respectively. But ABIAH and Triple Vibes actually tied at the current moment with regards to points.
Yep, I mean, there's one way that Riot can still come in and win this, I would say. They need to have, let me quickly check the stats, right? Yes, so if they can actually win this next game with 9 kills, with Triple Vibes and ABIAH Esports out with no kills, then that is possible. Or they just need to take even more, right? If they get more points, than 24, and then still able to, kill ABIAH or Triple Vibes, then it can still come in. A tie is not possible though, because they need to win. Trickiness comes first when it comes to a tie. So, but every single point is just so hard right now. So we've seen some crazy, fights before where teams really made what it's needed in the last game, last fight, last circles, to be fair. And then history been changed since, and why not for them, right? This is a question for them to ask themselves. Like, it's the same. I'm going to reiterate, like, teams really need someone who is almost a spiritual leader, like, of the team. Like, not saying that they're relying on that person, but he needs to have the power to say something that slaps everyone right in the into the right mindset. Like, people probably can be grieving each other, are yelling. I watch VODs, we watch clips. They swear, they yell, they shout. Like, it's part of the passion of the game. But channel it in the right way, and then we can still see some miracle.
Well, of course, speaking about channeling, we are going to be channeling our focuses on to our final match of the day. That is going to be right back on Erangel, and it's going to be the final match in which Riot will have the opportunity to try and prove themselves, make up the difference with regards to those points. And it's going to be a pretty tough one, but we know that they can do it. We saw it coming through in league play. They have showed their abilities in not only this season, but the previous season as well. So we have faith in them. It's all about whether or not they have faith in their ability coming into this last match, but we'll find out soon enough. So with that, we're going to be jumping into a quick break. So stay tuned, and we'll see you back in a short few minutes. Hello and welcome back to PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia Season 2, the last day, the last match of the third Super Weekend. Dazen, it has all come down to this, but before we get into anything else, I need to do this one last time. Upgrade performance and upgraded fun. Celebrate your winning spirit with a brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile, Middle East, and Africa esports in 2021. Now, Tarzan, Erangel is the final match, right? It is do or die time for these teams, right? They got to step it up. They got to bring in that last play, and let's hope that the Ra'ad can get it done.
Yeah, I'll cross my toes as well. Okay, let's see whether they can make it work. I mean, this is going to be a tough one, but it's of course possible. We want to believe in these, and this is why this game is so exciting. I mean, yesterday we've seen a game that we would never predict or expect, and right now we have once again a potential huge banger for these teams. The playing path goes from the western side of the military base island all the way to Kameshki, leaving these teams pretty well, to be fair, when it comes to drop spots, especially if we draw the line from Stelba to Rosa all the way to Primos. All those should be pretty easy. Triple Vibe should float into Gatka, no problem. It's about the teams who like to go to Georgiaport and Hospital. But to be fair, we've got one who likes Milta, and that is Fate Esports. We've got Georgiaport. Lusail can just take military base. So now the question will be YaLLa Esports. They need to find a way. They need to find a way to get to South Georgiaport. We haven't seen them try anything else so far, DK, but for these other teams, they should be able to go back to those primary drop spots. And I actually like it, because I want them to be able to use reliable data based off their homework. And for those teams who happen to be so blunt that doesn't go with what they usually do, we just need to see whether they can make it work.
Well, of course, we've got even the African weather rooting for them. If you hear the thunder in the background, that is just, the sheer excitement coming into this last match. But, of course, we see our zone sitting over on towards that southern side. Southwestern zone. Oh, Tarzan, this is going to be a beautiful, beautiful match. So the pressure is on. The teams know what's at stake. But, of course, ABIAH and Triple Vibes, they've been proving themselves so far today. They were able to bring in those points, but they are only 24 points away from Ra'ad. So Ra'ad could technically still close it up. As you said before, if ABIAH and Triple Vibes go out with no points on board, could be the match for Ra'ad.
Yes, entirely possible. It's about pacing. They need to think how to get in. Farm can be very punishing. Once you get through it, we've got Gatka Fields, Pochinki Hill to worry about. So the straight rotation path from east, would that be the call for Ra'ad? I don't think so. I still feel like they would just lag behind the zone just a little bit to make sure the edge gets cleared up, maybe transition that into a more center crush later on after doing some good scouting. But for the rest of the team, it's still a very similar question, right? Do we come straight in for this southwest circle, or I can loop around the northern side, first move west before moving south, right? That could be the anti-clockwise rotation that they can rely on. And also it's about the time of doing that, because we know right now Georgiaport can still be populated. Of course, we've got YaLLa still very religious about that spot and going to there. And hell, to be fair, I can even think that they will stay around Everest for a little bit. I mean, they've done that too many times that I feel like it's just the possible thing right now. And RICO Infinity, well done, nice. You know what? I'm just going to let them come in this last match with a clean slate. I would no longer make this point about them, sucking in northern circles when they have a northern drop spot. I'm not going to use that for a while until they actually done that maybe 2 times in a row, right? So they get the reset from me, and let's see whether they can make it well. And the other northern team has got the tempo right. And that is pretty he knows, he could hear. And that is KURD Squad trying to be one step ahead of RICO Infinity.
Yeah, but it's interesting because KURD squad, they went for the usual drop over towards the Stalber Kameshki kind of region, and already seeing them this far pushed into the zone, that's quite a bit of ground coverage that they've already gone through. All right, we can see up ahead, of course, making their way around, just moving past shooting range. So already quite a bit of proactiveness coming in from them, getting well ahead of that blue zone. But now as we look a little bit closer to the edge of zone, we see NASR up in towards school. We did have the players there from Cryptics, of course, dropping over on towards the northern position. But now the pressure is going to be on once again. The teams need to play this one as best they can. And the pressure is going to be on Raad to try and bring this one together. I mean, this is their final chance, their final opportunity to step up and bring in the necessary points. Will they be able to get it done? Well, they are able to. But will it work out for them? Well, we'll have to wait and see. Of course, looking all the way down over in towards Malta. You can see the players here from Fate moving about. We did see Raad dropping to the east of them, a little bit closer towards that multi-power kind of position. But now it all comes down to those rotations, how proactive these teams are and how well they can get themselves set up in these coming phases.
Yeah, and you know what? Like Fate, they have these very good rotations coming through, like from time to time. But when they are not too far from the zone, they are just somewhat feeling motivated, or should I say comfortable, with staying around and looting a little bit longer. Not a huge issue, right? After they've got 2 chicken dinners today, but it would be great if we can see them do that again, because that would be a great, not exactly that's our turkey, right? Like it would be across all maps. And if they allow that to, register in the head that way, of course, they need to win this one first, then it would be great. Like, it's a great way to give them confidence. They've got 2 days break before we move into the finals. And but after all, let's focus on this game. I think there is still quite some issues that I want to talk about. Let's, circles certain segments of the map. We've got the blind crash coming into Gatka in the past, as well as some pretty, bold rotations through headshot hills that result in sometimes unnecessary death. And these 2 bits define the central part and the northern part of this map, and I think they can look extremely interesting because teams have been around these areas for long enough, or enough times, that they should have a rough idea of who likes holding where. Okay, so I want to see someone make use of that knowledge and come up with a plan. Okay, they are holding there. I will bait this right now. Can you guys double peek this, get this opening? Yes, 1 knock, then go time. It's like I can almost play it in my head in what I want to see, but it's easier said than done.
Yep, that is the unfortunate part. It's a lot of times it's easier said than done. When it gets to the match itself, when it comes to the pressure, things don't always go to plan. That is just part of human nature, Like if we were all robots, I think it would be a little bit more consistent. But hey, we've seen humans beat robots, so it's doable. I mean,
have you seen robots beat human? That is terrible.
No,
okay,
they
aside. I mean,
yeah,
in this age now, though, like so, Lusail. I mean, we talk about all these side thoughts. It's really interesting, like how it actually explains like some of these things that we think we could in this game when there's just so much behind the scene. Every time we get to zoom out or get like just hit from the side so that you need to think things differently, it's actually a great reminder. Like there's so much that's going on that we do not know. Like I was once told off, by certain players and saying that, oh no, that's not what happens. Like he literally, his father went into the hospital. Like it's literally things like this that we realize that there's so much more. It's all humans in this. And yes, now that we've made that point, iKURD Triple likes Northern Control, and of course Galaxy Racer threw open pretty bold. Sure, why not? We've seen it 10 times this week. Let's have a little bit more.
I mean, I gotta say though, there's a lot of these teams that have really, really impressed me this season. Right, some really impressive gameplays coming through. I mean, if we look, for instance, at the players coming in from Lusail, Lusail already sitting on 5 chicken dinners on the board. That is really impressive numbers to have. Looking at the level of competition we've got, that is definitely not an easy feat to pull off. NASR also stepping up 5 chickens. RICO Infinity with 4. We've got Falcons with 4. So a lot of these teams really stepping up and shining. But this is the last match. They need to step up and shine for one more time. This is going to be that moment to grab a little bit of glory, winning the last match of the final Super Weekend in Season 2. Galaxy Racer coming in with a little bit more of a... Yeah, they're coming in with a little bit more of a change up in their approach. Just mixing things up, but that is healthy. Rotating up alongside that kind of that whole farm region, making their way closer to the edge. We can see, of course, Fairy Pier off in the distance. Now, this is going to be an interesting play because we got the team there from Real Tiger. They've moved all the way up from Primorsk. So a lot of proactiveness coming in from the teams. And it's really good to see the teams, you know, looking to change up everything as much as they can to keep the opposing teams guessing. It's resulted in some pretty exciting gameplay.
Spot on. Like, I mean, right now, the best, like, it was filled with these crazy stuff in the past. And I mean, Carry Boy knows what to do around the bridge so that he can get in. Kato was not ready for that. He's more, you know, waiting for someone to drive through the bridge. So someone caught them off guard, but Carry Boy could have paid the price there. And right now, after all, that was just well worth it. At the price of potentially losing one player, they got the answer they needed. Someone's trying to control the bridge. So that is the price of that you may have to pay to get your answer. Like, hell, to be fair, like recently for some of these teams, we've seen them just drive through this bridge. I have to say this was Galaxy Race is almost just one of them. But they wouldn't do it at this point in time in the game. They would have done it very early on, thinking that there's definitely no one there. But you can see also Twisted Minds trying to punish a team that is not quite decisive. Can't disagree with that. There's still grounds that they can use, but now behind them is also SUDOR. And to be fair, the amount of land that was in the first circle and not in the second one was not too much. If there's anything, it will be on the southern island. So this is also just quite predictable in a way. And first skill came through Ali. I mean, that's been a while, and that is RICO actually get taken down. So, wow, a northern approach that they always just kind of need to take because they drop north. Let's see how that will end up for them. Lusail shouldn't lack any loot, to be fair, uncontested in Military Base Island. It's really about how to get in, and it's tricky anyway. Like, the problem with crossing water, DK, is the problem of vehicles when you reach the other side.
I mean, there's so many difficult positions to cross on through. We see the players there from RICO Infinity holding up alongside the team from Falcons. The bridge, of course, being highly contested as we see the engagements finding their way on in. SUDOR, Lusail, Twisted Minds, 3 teams occupying that bridge. But now we wait to see where this next phase is going to be taking us. We can have also a look at the players there from ABIAH coming in from that eastern side, getting ready to move in already. The knock coming through on towards Real Tiger. The Galaxy Racer holding strong right there on the edge. Actually a beautiful position to be in. Just setting themselves up just on the outskirts of the quarry. But now, the big rush, the big migration coming in from the north as the teams get ready to head on in. SUDOR having to bring in a bit of a rotation. They need to try and cross over that bridge. You can see them, of course, just contemplating the best possible approach to get back in.
Well, this side is definitely very interesting. It's a battle of map knowledge, battle to those finest details of the game. Find that rock, then you can shine, right? It's not going to be easy. This is the first test, and this can be just terrible. They might just be stuck between the pinch of... This is crazy. It's like sharks circling like shrimps right now. But you know what? They want to fight back. That is Sadat almost losing his life. But Ali is also in place to spoil dreams.
Oh, down goes Desha. Ali cooking up a beautiful grenade. Sends it on through. Munir now looking to respond. Setting up one of his own. But Delhub keeping a very watchful eye on Ali. Does pick him up. This could be a good start for the side of Raad. Helm end holding on the opposite end. Sadat finding a bit of a response there as well. Come on. You can do it. Raad looking to move on through. Desha is down. But we see Munir going in for the res. Helm end holding on the opposite side. the rest of the team looking to move in for some reinforcement. They were all heading further down in towards the zone, but turning around, coming back to take the fight with Ra'ad. But Ra'ad needs to be so careful. We have YaLLa also moving in from the side. You could see a few potential third parties coming straight on in. Kalago cooking up the nade, tries to send it through, does pick up a bit of damage. Or just overshoots with that grenade. Great saving grace for Munir. Up comes Desha. Picking up the grenades, sending them out. But iKURD, they're just playing this ridge, just managing to stay just barely out of reach for Ra'ad for the time being. Oh, it's going to be such a tough play though. I mean, Ra'ad, they want to try and push through. We see RICO Infinity also now getting eliminated at the hand there of the Falcons. But iKURD, they just keep on repositioning, making it so difficult for the players of Ra'ad to find a good, clear line of sight.
Yeah, it's about where the next spot is though. Like, how can you possibly find it? And you can see Rawan's running out of options, to be fair. And soon they will join into those open ground. And they have been, in a way, baiting each other into this part. But you know what? It's not just them. It's Hellman. Hellman in here trying to strike, and Kalaga actually doing so much damage as a player. We've seen him last season. He was on that chart earlier with damage dealt in the whole tournament in top 3 right now. And this is going to be tough. Very, very tough. Especially when you get knocked around this time. Means you are going to be one of the latecomers for this circle. Just look at the amount of compounds in there. Very, very low. The highest point, the strongest hill is taken. And that is YaLLa needing to take it on Ra'ad, just getting shattered right here.
Oh no! Up comes the spray, down
GG's.
goes Ra'ad. Yeah, GG's, that is definitely what it is. I mean, they tried. But iKURD, they were just looking to prove a point as well, just stepping up, playing some good PUBG, and of course, sending off the team there from Ra'ad. Sadly, only 1 point on the board for them. And as we know, they needed about 24. But now, we move on. Sadly, of course, jumping straight up into Falcons, going up against Real Tiger 9. As our remaining 14 teams are yet still to fight, get out the shots, finding the way on through. Falcons now coming under pressure as Kapayaxi is cooking up the nades, sending them in. Never alone. Slightly disengaging, of course, on that far off angle. Could be a good play as he now starts to rotate up. Kapayaxi just repositioning the vehicle. Trying to make sure he is able to use it a little bit later on, but it gets picked up as the off-angle play comes through from Never Alone. Just utilizing that position, and now Real Tiger find themselves in a bit of a pressure position.
Wow, and you can see a lot of these teams are actually having a good thought process. You can see just that hill that's between Real Tiger 9 and YaLLa, because people know it's so strong, they don't even want to come close. That is the natural funnel and avoidance that's needed from some of these teams. But you can see Triple Vibes now joining the party, can maybe pinch the side of Falcons. Real Tiger 9 also takes the time to just tighten up the formation. They don't want to play too many sides, and right now this circle is looking pretty empty for the fact that it's just there's no place that's really safe other than some hard covers. Galaxy Racer moved down to here early enough because they know that hill might just be too hard to hold, and if you just need to come back down later on, it's going to be extremely hard. And just play center anyway, and the split is ready in here. Twisted Mind working themselves through from the southeastern side, and right here Vibes can actually deliver more work, but it's going to be finding the best line. Toxin almost get knocked there, but that is also iKURD showing their presence, not knowing what that could cost them. Well, we need to find out right now.
Yeah, and they are going to be looking to push in, of course, right up ahead on the edge of Quarry. We do see the players there from Falcons as well as the side of Cryptics. Now, Cryptics, they've been showing up quite aggressively. Will they be able to defend that? Pretty sure they will be, but we can see those hits finding their way in. Lusail, meanwhile, positioned all the way down in towards the south. SUDOR just up ahead of them. We can see the players there from KURD squad just holding on towards the edge of those compounds. But back up in towards the north. Fate are looking to push in. Triple Vibes having a few knocks come their way. But up comes the rush from Ragnarok and Co. Lath and everyone are moving in. Trying to knock them out with the vehicles. One shot, and from Mar, the two remaining hopefuls, down they go. Instant place coming in. One shot now left to defend up against the squad of Fate. But there's going to be a
But what
really
the
tough
hell?
play to bring Ragnarok getting down as well. One shot looking to hold on. A little bit of an ambush play. Isawi up ahead, but with that down he goes. That is the end of Triple Vibes as well. So many difficult plays, but of course, 12 teams now remain.
Man, like, what the hell is that shift, by the way? Like, you can see teams trying to just get this over with, because to rotate alongside each other is so bloody hard. And you can see Twisted Mind is actually in one of the strongest spots right now. Need to know how to expand the control, and they can farm multiple sides. KURD Squad need to think whether they play that compound as well. But Galaxy Racer is in, but so many teams are stuck on just A, B, C, D, 1, 2, 3, 4, do, re, mi, fa, 4 of them right there, and they can't even get in without getting punished. This is the problem with this type of landscape. iKURD, the first one going, Kalaga trying to, show why he's one of the best fraggers in the league, but you know what? This type of rotation can be highly punishable. Can he just make it in because someone is missing their shots? The answer is yes for now.
Oh, but he needs to be so careful. So many other teams are going to be moving in. Helmet already getting taken right on down. So the pressure is now riding on Kalaga, but you can see the players there from Cryptics. Up ahead as Real Tiger now starts taking aim. Up comes Fate, looking to push in with that iKURD, get eliminated. The pressure is on NASR, looking to clean house as they start running over Aram. The sprays coming in. Up comes Real Tiger, looking to capitalize on the confusion, the congestion. See the Cryptics up ahead now. Chapper will get taken down by the blue. Real Tiger looking to play this compound. NASR, Hassan goes down. Nubble right there alongside him. The vehicle gets popped. The damage comes in. Lath up ahead. Gets picked up by Volt. Just some on-point sprays coming through. Gets the confirm as well. Fate now sitting on only 3 remaining hopefuls. Cryptics looking to make a bit of a push as well. They want to get into position. NASR almost smack dab center zone. It's going to be a really difficult position to defend. Lusail, meanwhile, will get eliminated down in the south. Cryptics also now coming under fire. Lazy Boy gets reduced to dust, and Marshall gets picked up as Real Tiger comes through with the sprays, but Reef also gets spotted out in the open. KURD Squad going to be looking to apply the pressure. Will they get the shots in? They move in from the south. Real Tiger also now find themselves right on top of NASR. Shots come in with that. Ramp goes down. It is up to Miracle and Jigsaw. No, Jigsaw's down. Unknown. Wow, there's just so much happening right now, Tarzan.
It's also the third party coming through as well. You can see that circle centering up. How many are dying at the same time? Look at that minimap lighting up, and Fate will actually find 8 kills within all of that. And NASR took the trade. They did not want to support. They've got the entry spot. They got the knock as well. KURD Squad needs to come back in stronger, but that position is just having too many teams looking at them. So Twisted Mind got their worries as well, but also the northern teams, YaLLa and Galaxy Racer. Seasons and seasons they clash, and this last game they want to still show who's boss.
Oh man, Galaxy Racer, they've got the numbers advantage. Up comes the double nade through from Galaxy Racer with that. Bandar gets picked right on up. YaLLa gets sent away. 5 teams now remain to fight it out for the winner chicken dinner. Galaxy Racer, the only squad with a full team on board. Fate, get the players there from Twisted Minds, and NASR sitting on 3 players apiece. KURD Squad sitting on only 1 remaining player. The pressure is on. Twisted Minds moving in from the east, trying to wrap around the south, trying to come in behind the players there, but Galaxy Racer just perched in the north, utilizing the compounds for as long as they possibly can. They also find themselves on the short edge of the blue. Up comes the confirm, straight on towards Isawi. Down goes J9. 4 teams now remain. Galaxy Racer looking so strong up in the north. Twisted Minds up ahead, trying to inch their way in. Fate trying to put a bit of a sprayer through. Up goes Ruth. Vegas finds the knock, finds the confirm. There we go, come on. Fate now down to only 1 remaining player. Vegas now getting targeted as Ragnarok strikes on towards him. Galaxy Racer, Lord, keeping a very watchful eye on Ragnarok. Oh, we can spot the fingers trying to shoot off those fingernails, but it needs to be 20 shots. Remember, Tarzan? Of course, here we go. Yep. Fate looking to play on this far western side. NASR looking to push in from the south. Galaxy Racer looking to sweep on through. They find the angle on towards Ragnarok. Will they get to confirm? Yes! Down he goes, the blue zone, finding the finishing blow. 3 teams now remain, Tarzan.
Yes, and I mean, it's about this triangular formation right now. All teams are trying to shoot absolutely everything. It's actually NASR who has more shaken than us recently, but then Galaxy Racer are fed up. They want to tie with what they had last season. 9 was what they had, and Twisted Minds also have not found their pace for such a long time. Demille, the last one standing, in fact, proning right now, but it's NASR getting the circle, but their focus is on Twisted Minds. With the full squad, Galaxy Racer can come in and maybe once again create a record.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. NASR getting a bit of a rush going. Moving in the direction of Twisted Minds. Dammy, the last hopeful. Not even bothering with the res. It's going to take too much time. Up comes the nades. Up comes the utilities. The mollies. The smoke grenades. Everything getting deployed. Dammy needs to be so careful. Getting ready to rush. Miracle up ahead. Nabo and Hassan holding on. Dammy now going right up behind the tree. Destiny, of course, getting picked right on up. Miracle cooking up the nade. Gonna look to send it on through. Oh, right
Nicely
on point as Miracle brings in a miraculous grenade to wrap up Twisted Minds. It is now Galaxy Racer going head to head with NASR. Look at the bounce. Look at the bounce. Oh, he just read that nade so beautifully, managing to just evade it, almost Matrix style. But now NASR are looking to push, coming in from the south. Going up against Galaxy Racer, it is a 3v4 for the finish. Galaxy sitting on 8 kills. NASR sitting on 5. Will we see the side of NASR being moved up onto 9 kills? Or will it be Galaxy Racer finishing strong on 11? We'll have to wait and see. But of course, it is now down to a waiting game. Freak now just cutting some grass, as one does when you wait for the teams to come in to your scope there. But up comes NASR, Miracle and Hassan, just playing the ridge, having a potential angle on Hamodi. No confirmation just yet. They're just fishing for shots. The grenades getting cooked up and sent on through.
Oh. They found the combo.
Oh,
That is so close. I mean, it's about the next shift, right? Practically, like teams will play around that. It will be some discrepancy coming through though. Galaxy Racers didn't have as many heals, and Hassan and the rest of his team, NASR got the ridge and they can protect themselves. They got some utilities from earlier fights. They still got meds because they were pretty, away from certain actions. They play off this cover pretty well. And this is where the next bit comes in. Raouf got the entrance. I think NASR may have to move. That is the opening for this now 4v2 situation.
It is now down to Miracle and Nabo to try and clutch it out. They just haven't been able to find anything on Galaxy Racer just yet. Galaxy just sneaking their way through. Just proning. Freak getting up, flexing. Just stretching the legs a little bit. Ooh, Hamodi is of course down. Raouf having a few shots fired in his direction. Nabo, Hassan and Miracle all back into fighting form. Up comes the nade from Lord, getting sent on through. Will it reach across all the way? Nabo so close. Nope, it misses. All right. It's a good play. NASR now trying to wrap around potentially towards the eastern side. Galaxy Racer just applying the pressure. They're moving forward as a unit, making sure they can eliminate any threat up ahead. Lord, of course, trying to come up with this off-angle approach. Starting to narrow down where NASR could be. We can see the smokes, of course, up ahead. The blue zone is closing in. Oh! There we go. Nabo gets knocked. It is Hassan and Miracle up ahead. Oh, spots Hassan, finds the spray. Miracle is the last remaining player. Is he going to make it out, though? Lord gets up, getting ready to rush. Up comes the kill for Hassan. Miracle now trying to find the spray, but no! Galaxy Racer move in, picking up the 9th winner chicken dinner. 11 kills on board, Tarzan. Insane play.
They made these important decisions in that mid-game that allowed them to work themselves through key compounds. Cars are all saved until the late game. they've just made it work. And I mean, it's the experience coming through. I mean, they have been lost almost, these Golden Boys, these nutters, absolute nutters, still after all got their last chicken dinner, 9 kills right now. Not 9 chicken dinners, I would say, on par with what they got last season for Super Weekends. Actually, when it comes to total points, just from that single game, they finally surpassed themselves. So well done, boys. We are proud of you.
But of course,
Amazing.
to make it official, right, we have to like follow through, right? We have to go into the match rankings to see how many points they were able to bring in. Of course, 26 points, 11 kills. What a way to close up the final match of Super Weekend, and doing so in perfect fashion. But of course, we've got to look to the side there of NASR, playing a good game, finishing strong on 5 kills. Twisted Minds ending up with 7, and Fate coming in with 8 kills. So a very aggressive game, especially for the teams finding themselves in these top 8 spots. But of course, we can see we've got 2 teams on 17 points, Fate on 16, KURD squad finishing on 9, and then YaLLa, Real Tiger, and Falcon finishing strong on 6 points apiece.
That is a brilliant game. That was really, really good in a different way. Yes, we had some absolutely, extraordinary one yesterday. This time around, we've got something of a different type. The storyline is a little bit more linear, and it was sad to see Rat go, but they took a decent fight. They had tried to make their way through. Like, they traded when it's needed, and those are important. The competitiveness is still there against a very aggressive team. Now, iKURD Triple has been playing a different style today. They are coming in stronger and stronger in the way that we have not remembered. So that is nice to see. Same for Cryptics. I mean, didn't get the highest amount of kills this game, but they made it there. They've got some incredible plays as well. So, wow, like this, I feel closer to the region. I know, like, I don't know all the players, but just by being someone who likes like nitpicking and grabbing all these small fine and this like min-max moments of the game, like I struggle to not appreciate like the progress that they have made. And sometimes they just in the past I feel like there's more rigidity, and to be fair, like, we don't expect anything less from the scene. As everyone gain more experience in the game, it's about that growth curve and outgrowing each other.
Well, speaking about growth, right, it is time to see who our MVPs are. I don't know how those two topics are related, but here we are. Lord and Hamodi stepping back up into the MVP slots. Of course, Lord reigning supreme there with 4 kills and 857 damage dealt. Ragnarok coming in with 5 kills and 746. And then, of course, up comes Hamodi, 4 kills and 579 damage dealt. So it's good to see the representation of Galaxy Racer coming back up, even if it's on the last match. I mean, this was such a sweet, sweet victory to come in and just clutch a chicken once again. If not, why not? But we now need to see where the teams were able to finish off after this last match. Of course, Galaxy Racer coming in with their 9th winner chicken dinner, 560 points. Absolutely insane numbers. Of course, we know formerly it was 549, so that is an 11-point increase. Well done, well played. And of course, Fate making sure to try and put in a valiant effort there. 111 points behind Galaxy Racer, but still a really, really strong showing coming through from Fate. They were able to find 3 chickens. RICO Infinity finishing strong there on 4 chickens over in 3rd place. Twisted Minds taking that 4th with 3 chickens. KURD taking 1st with 3 chickens. iKURD, the only team on this first page with only 1 chicken dinner. So they have been pretty damn consistent with their performances all the way through. But this is the page in which we see who has made the cut and who hasn't. And of course, it will be Triple Vibes and ABIAH moving on through into the finals, with SUDOR being the only team in the top 16 without a winner chicken dinner.
Well, not surprised here. I mean, based on their play style, to be fair, since the start of the tournament, it's been lacking something key. They just need to find one particular way to bring all those things together, and then it can pretty much work. You can see they are playing a very decent game with some pretty admirable averages as well, like going close to 8 point something, right? It's definitely okay. I'm gonna do the math, 8.4 point something. Yeah. So that is a very good point average. Like when we talk about huge tournaments, like so the matter was if they played the same, with the same level of consistency, if they made it to that first super weekend, they are actually in the top pack. Like after all, second place was just below 10 points per game. And so 8 is actually very decent. So, but that also shows how great NASA did, right? In this super weekend, the amount of chicken dinners that they got is actually insane. They've got the highest amount of chicken dinners out of any team per super weekend. Like that is Galaxy Racer included, I believe.
But I mean, you got to say, NASA, they were playing such an impressive game. Taking into consideration that they only played 30 matches, right? So only 2 super weekends. They are the team to sit the highest on the leaderboard. I mean, they are tied with the side of Real Tiger. Real Tiger played 45 games. And if we look just a little bit up ahead of them, we've got the players, of course, coming in from Lusail, who are only 8 points away. But both teams, of course, sitting on 5 chicken dinners apiece. And I got to say, though, this has been an absolutely insane season so far. The super weekends have just been entertaining and so tough, but also providing such beautiful PUBG. I mean, if we compare this first season to this season, the changes we've seen come in from the teams, the level of gameplay, the level of difficulty coming in, and just how they have improved. It is absolutely insane. Yes, obviously, there's a few things to be focused on and improved on, but leading up into the finals, this has been pretty impressive PUBG coming in from the Arabia region.
Yeah, I start to feel, the pleasure and honor in casting all these tournaments. You can see this game is actually so fun and challenging and can retain so many players because of the level that is available to you. You can never learn every bit, the physical facts, the structural things of these maps, and you can see huge difference, like starting from the ladder from teams that I know who are only good in certain mechanics are not making to PMCO with the PMCO stuff, where you see people choking on stage even though they have a decent high level of ability, but choking on stage, not playing textbook, even if they try, don't play it well, to now this level of a region that transitioned from can playing some good textbook plays to avoiding people making textbook like plays. So is that chess game, is that highest level of juggle, is actually very lovely to see the dynamics through that whole esports, like in the hierarchies and the level. And I just can't wait to see how the rest of the season is going to roll out. Like just great, huge shout out to the region and the supporters. They made a lot of these like possible. We also get to see the difference when it comes to fan base in the regions as well. So that was an absolute honor. Of course, like I need to do my small bit first before passing it back to you. Of course, always need to shout out and give our thanks to production team. We've got amazing producer, and it's many things that's behind the scene as well, and many people that we don't even hear even as casters. So like that will be my last bit here, like before we have our 2 days break, then those finals. But man, it's been a good run.
Yeah, it's been an absolutely amazing run. And yeah, I got to echo what you said there. I mean, this is such a great honor to be casting the Arabia season. They are really stepping up, performing exceptionally well. And we see them also move through up into EMEAs, playing exceptionally well there as well. So I've got to say, it's going to be quite exciting to see, of course, how the teams are going to be performing in those finals. And as you said, Darzan, we're going to be moving into a 2-day break. So yes, big shout out going to the production team. Thank you so much. Thank you to you, Tarzan, as well. But also big thank you going out to the teams for stepping up, playing some insane PUBG over the league plays. And of course, our super weekends. The finals are going to be absolutely insane. Thank you to the viewers for tuning in. You guys are absolute legends. We really appreciate all the support coming through for the teams. And I'm 100% sure that they appreciate all the love as well. So on that note, we are going to be ending it here for this evening. Be sure to join back in for the finals 2 days away. Don't miss out on even more crazy PUBG action. But for now, have a good night and stay safe.